Welcome to the AdaKay Show. I'm your host, AdaKay, and I am a criminal justice major. I am also a deaf courtroom commentator, breaking down the gripping courtroom drama while providing full ASL interpretation, making justice accessible to everyone. Grab a cup of Java and let's dive in. Don't forget, comment, like, and subscribe. And if you love this channel, please become a member.
Good morning. Good morning. Hello, everyone. Of course, June and I are not AdaKay. However, we are jumping in for her to kind of help her out while she gets her schedule kind of situated and we kind of have this transition period. I hope that you guys have your coffee or your tea ready for this morning. They have arrived in court. I was going to go over a couple of things from yesterday before we just jump in, and then I will get you guys into the courtroom. I was reading over yesterday some highlights of some of the testimony, and I'll just briefly go over it with you guys just in case anyone missed it from yesterday. I know that I missed yesterday. So reading through this will kind of help me kind of get caught up with the case. Yesterday, it started with Ranger Espinoza on the stand. His testimony continued. It says the trial on Thursday morning began with more testimony from Texas Ranger Job Espinoza, the lead investigator who interrogated Horner and was with him when Athena's body was located in the Trinity River. At this point, other than telling you where Athena was located, is there anything else truthful that Tanner Horner has told you? The prosecutor asked. No, sir, Espinoza replied. Up until this point, how many different versions has Tanner Horner told you of how things went down at Athena's residence? The prosecutor asked. He's given me numerous different versions of how the events of that day transpired, Espinoza said. Then it says jurors watched more body cam video of investigators questioning Horner about what happened to Athena's clothes. Speaking as his alter ego named Zero, Horner said he dumped the clothes along the highway because he thought it was funny. Ranger Espinoza later testified that Horner told him Athena's underoos were still on her body. He said he knew that was untrue because he had seen her nude body. Espinoza said Horner finally admitted that he had taken Athena's pants and that they were in a backpack in the trash at his house. Investigators did find some of Athena's clothes at his house. The prosecutor asked the Texas Ranger if there was any truth to the claim that Athena's clothes were thrown on the highway, and he said no. Based on the course of this investigation, I knew that was a lie, Espinoza testified. Then we had more body camera video showing investigators asking Horner more questions about what happened in Athena's driveway. Did she tell you she didn't want to go with you? They asked. Of course, Horner replied. What'd you tell her? They asked. We're going on a ride. She didn't try to fight you when you told her we're going on a ride? The investigators asked. Horner said no and mumbled something about questions that Athena had asked him. He said he continued to tell her they were going on a ride. Jurors also began watching video of Ranger Espinoza meeting with Horner on December 7th after Horner asked to talk to him again. Horner asked the investigators to let him out of jail for a month so that he could spend Christmas with his family. He promised to tell the investigators everything if they agreed. Did you know what you did was wrong? Espinoza asked. Of course, Horner said. I haven't been on that medicine for 5 days and it's starting to wear off. I've actually been crying. Do you know what it's like not being able to cry for months and months? Tanner, are you remorseful for what you did? Espinoza asked. I'm a father. I took a, Horner said before getting emotional. All I want is to spend one last Christmas with my son. I'll tell you everything. Hmm. Hmm. I'm sure Athena's parents would have loved to have had more Christmases with her, considering that was her favorite holiday. Yet he wants out on an ankle monitor and spend one last Christmas with his child. In the jailhouse interview, Horner told investigators that he began taking his medication because he was having suicidal thoughts. He said that's when it started feeling like he had a little devil on his shoulder. He told investigators during the interview that his fiancée has multiple personalities. She said she has three, but he said he only believes he has two. During the interview, Horner told investigators that he felt like he had different states. He used a car analogy, saying sometimes he was driving like normal and other times Zero was driving while he was along for the ride. And then there's other times that I feel like I'm in the trunk, he said. I have no idea what's going on. There's been times where I wake up and I have no idea how I got there. Horner told investigators during the jailhouse interview that he was being held in a padded cell and that everybody there looks at him like he's a monster. He says, I'm not a monster. The jury then went for their lunch break. Then, when they came back from lunch, they had cross examination of Ranger Espinoza. Horner's defense team began cross examining Ranger Espinoza after his investigation, pointing out issues with reading Horner his Miranda rights, allowing him access to an attorney, and things that were and were not included in the police report. Defense attorney Susan Anderson also pointed out that during the jailhouse interview, Horner offered to enter a plea, give up his defenses, and go to prison for life in exchange for him telling you everything you would like to know, Espinoza agreed. What he was willing to do if you were to speak to the judge, speak to the prosecutors about the possibility of electronic monitoring, the defense asked. Yes, ma'am, the investigator agreed. Prosecutors then called FBI Special Agent Taylor Page to testify about phone records that were pulled in the case. He said the records showed a phone associated with Horner and a second device in his delivery truck, where at some point in the location where Athena's body was found. Then they called Texas Ranger Bruce Sherman. He now works for a different agency, but at the time he was involved in the case in a support role. He was tasked with looking into Horner's associates and digital footprint. He also testified about being part of the team that searched for Horner's home shortly after he was detained. He conducted recorded but informal interviews with Horner's family while their home was being searched. After that, they discussed the FBI agent telling them about finding children's clothing behind a storage shed in the grass near Horner's house. He also collected a FedEx shirt and hoodie found on a bed as evidence. Jurors were shown photos of all of the evidence. After that, testimony ended for the day. Just wanted to go over that little recap with you guys. Like I said, I missed yesterday, and for anyone who needed it, just kind of before we jump in, it won't take us long to get live with all caught up with testimony. I do hope that you guys are having a good morning. Got me some coffee. Hope you guys got you some Java, some tea. I'm sure we're going to hear lots and lots of more heartbreaking testimony. And, you know, I have to catch myself, and you guys, please do the same. If you need to take a little break, please take a little break. I know this is hard. I had a situation the other day, and I'll be upfront with you guys. I wrote June, and I said, June, I need to take a break. And she said, go for it. I got this. Um, we all sometimes hearing these heartbreaking things and feeling for the families and the things that transpired. We need a break. And if you need a break, we understand. We got you. Um, so I just wanted to share that with you guys. Thank you for joining us. We want to welcome everybody in. As you see, I already have it up. And I am going to go ahead and get us into court. I do have the volume on, guys. Just waiting for the judge to allow the courtroom mics to be turned on.
Everyone may be seated. Good morning. We're ready to proceed. State may proceed.
Thank you, Judge. Good morning, Special Agent Ross.
Good morning.
Gonna kind of bring us back to kind of where we finished off yesterday. I believe you finished, you had just got done going over the evidence that was collected and seized at Tanner Horner's residence. Is that correct?
Correct. Yes, ma'am.
Okay. At that point, we were on December 2nd, 2022. Is that right?
Yes.
I'm going to bring us ahead to December 5th of 2022. Did you and your team do any additional crime scene searches or evidence collection on that day?
Yes, we did. We were called back out to the to Weiss County to assist with searching 2 FedEx vans that they had seized as part of the investigation.
And you say 2 FedEx vans. Why were there 2 vans?
One of them was the van that he was arrested in, that he had been driving after the abduction, and then the other van was believed to be the van that he abducted Athena in.
If in my question, if I refer to one van as the arrest van and one van as the abduction van, would that make sense to you for
Yes,
evidence
ma'am.
purposes?
Yes.
All right. I believe that you guys did the arrest van first. Can you tell me what you and your team did with regards to the arrest van?
Sure. So from the information that we had, the arrest van was not, we didn't believe that it was part of the actual abduction and murder. So we didn't feel it needed a forensic search from the standpoint of hairs and fibers and DNA. So that van had some other items in it that we were interested in, one being the SD card to see the movements of the van and the cameras on the van. So we removed the SD card. And then we also, there was a package scanner in there that FedEx employees use for scanning packages as they deliver them or receive them. And we collected that as well.
And did you have a warrant to search this van?
We did, yes. We had a state warrant.
Your Honor, may I approach?
Yes, ma'am.
I'm going to show you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 88 through 94. And do you recognize these?
I do, yes. These are, as I talked about with the residents before we do any search, we take entry photos, and it's no different for a vehicle or a van like this. We would take take entrance photos. We would take exterior entrance photos of the whole van around to include the license plate and the VIN.
And did you personally take these photos?
I did not.
And were you there when these photos were taken and present at the scene?
Yes. So as entry photos, as I explained yesterday, entry photos are taken in conjunction with an initial walkthrough with the team leader, which I was the team leader for this search. So I would have been standing right next to or behind the photographer.
So I know you've previously reviewed these photos, correct?
Correct.
Do they fairly and accurately depict the search that you guys did and the evidence that was collected?
They do.
And obviously, these are not the entire amount of photos that you guys took.
Correct.
This is a limited number.
Yes, this is just a select few.
Okay. And Your Honor, at this time, the state offers the evidence, State's Exhibit 88 or 94.
No objection, sir.
State's Exhibits 88 through 94 are admitted.
Thank you, Judge. And may we publish?
Yes, ma'am.
We are showing you what has been admitted as State's Exhibit 88. Can you tell me what we're looking at here?
So this would have been one of the, what we call the entry photos for prior to searching the van. As with the residents, we would have wanted to capture some identifying information, excuse me, with that separates this van from any other van. So in this picture, you can see the license plate clearly displayed.
In the license plate, can you read that license plate number?
Can. G is in golf, C is in Charlie, P is in Papa, 0468.
And is that license plate, I think we refer it usually to the last four, that 0468, is that associated with the arrest van?
Yes, it is.
You published State's Exhibit 92. State's Exhibit 92. What are we looking at here?
So this would be the van's, I believe, surveillance system that kind of I'm not a computer person, but kind of the brains of the surveillance system.
And is this where an SD and a SIM card would be for that camera system?
Yes.
We published State's Exhibit 93. And what are we looking at here?
So this is the SD card that was collected from that arrest van.
And if you zoom in a little bit, is there a specific number listed on that SD card?
There's the size, the 128 gigabyte, and there's also what appears to be either a serial number or I think we called it a serial number.
And I'm going to go ahead and show you what has been admitted as State Exhibit 94. what are we looking at here?
So this would be the backside, the opposite side of both of those objects. We always take a front and a back if it's a kind of a two-sided object.
And was this the SD card and SIM card that you collected? That you and your team, and the seizing agent, is that correct?
Correct. Yes.
And Your Honor, may I approach?
Yes.
I'm showing you what has been marked as State's Exhibit 95. Have you seen this item before?
Yes.
Can you tell me what that is?
So this is the SD card that's photographed. It's photographed in Exhibit 93.
Is there a license plate number listed on that item at any point?
No, there's not. Actually, up here in the corner. I'm sorry. Normally it's down there, but yes, it is up there in the upper right corner.
And what does that say?
It identifies it to that vehicle that we also have the photograph of, as well as the date.
Is that 0468?
It is, yes.
And can you publish State's Exhibit 93? Can you zoom in on that? Does that number on that SD card match the SD card that is in that piece of evidence?
Yes, it does.
And other than, actually, that's not any additional marks on there. Was it altered or modified in any way to your knowledge?
No, it looks to be in the same description as the picture from that day.
And Your Honor, at this time, the state offers to admit State's Exhibit 95, the SD and SIM card.
There are no objections.
State's 95 is admitted.
You may have taken a few more pictures and then collected a few more items from that arrest van, but was that the main item that was collected from that 0468 arrest van?
Yes, like I said, the other one was the scanner, and that was the package scanner, and that was it.
Now, on December 5th, 2022, did you also look at the, again, we're going to call the abduction van?
We did, yes.
And what did you and your team do on that?
So that van was inside a sally port or a car garage area at the Wise County facility, and it was loaded with packages, and it was definitely the van that he was driving on the day of the abduction. So we wanted to process it for forensics, meaning hairs and fibers, blood, DNA, whether that's semen, vaginal fluids, saliva. So in order to do that, we would, as I talked about yesterday, we would go ahead and suit up in our Tyvek with our booties, take our entry photos, and start unloading the van so that we could get to the back of the van and do our forensic search.
And as the team lead, were you there when the complete search was done and when these photos were taken?
Yes.
And Your Honor, may I approach?
Yes, ma'am.
I am showing you what has been marked as State's Exhibit 96 through 115. And have you seen these items before?
Yes. Yeah, this is the van inside that garage, as I talked about. And once again, they're the start of our entry photos.
And have you had the opportunity to review all those photos prior to coming in here?
I have, yes.
And do these photos fairly and accurately depict the search and the evidence collected on December 5th of 2022 in the abduction van.
They do, yes.
Your Honor, at this time, the state offers into evidence States Exhibit 96 through 115.
Any objection?
States exhibits 96 through 115 are admitted.
Thank you, Judge. Have you published a States Exhibit? What are we looking at here in States Exhibit 97?
So this would be one of the entry photos to start the search of the van. One of the initial photos that we would take with some, it was a little cramped in that garage. So I think the photographer, we talked about just starting at the best angle we could, and then we'd work our way around. So this is probably kind of the start of those photographs with some, looks like, identifying FedEx numbers.
And this is a garage. Is this at the West County Sheriff's Office, or where is this at?
It is, yes.
And is it a secured and locked location?
It is. And it's also important for it to be inside the garage for not only security and control, but as we do our search, we have to have a dark environment to do an alternate light source, which we did in this case. And so we have to be able to turn off the lights.
Okay. See States Exhibit 99. Showing you States Exhibit 99. What are we looking at here?
Like just identifying one of the cameras that's on the vehicle.
And we published States Exhibit 102. You zoom in. Is there a license plate in this photo?
There is, yes.
And what is this license plate on this van?
It is N as in November, N as in November, R as in Romeo, 4995.
And is that license plate the license plate of the abduction van?
It is, yes.
And have you published States Exhibit 105? And what are we looking at here in this picture?
So this is the back of the van as we found it that day when we responded to process it. It was still loaded with packages that hadn't been delivered yet or had just been picked up.
Have you published States Exhibit 106? And what are we seeing in this photo?
So this is the same van, same back of the van after we've removed all of the packages that were back there.
And what did you do with the packages that were in this van?
We removed them out of the van and we put them in another container, and I can't remember if it was a van or a temporary storage area.
I guess you don't know, but if they got picked up to be delivered to the rightful people?
Right. Yes. Yeah. I think FedEx came and got them eventually.
Okay.
But, I wasn't in charge of that part. Once we
Okay.
unloaded them.
You published States Exhibit 108. And what do we see here in this photo?
So this looks like the front passenger side, and it's a backpack and appears to be a hoodie.
Now, this backpack and hoodie, we're talking about the abduction van. Whose backpack and hoodie is that? Is that Tanner Horner's or someone else's?
Actually,
Sustained only your witness.
Whose backpack is that?
It's unclear, but we did know that Tanner Horner was not driving the vehicle when it was seized at the time. So our assumption there was that it was the current drivers. I don't have his name, but not Tanner Horner's.
And in the, can you zoom in on that? Can you zoom in a little bit? What are we seeing in the back of this photo here?
As far as personnel,
Yes.
yeah, so that's how we would dress when we do a forensic search. So we have our Tyvek on with the hoodie, and they have probably started processing, at least getting ready to do the vacuuming.
So that is the white Tyvek suit that you talked to us about?
Yes.
Have you published State's Exhibit 109? And what are we looking at in this picture? What angle is this coming from?
So this is coming from the cargo area, looking into the driver and the passenger area of the vehicle.
So you were standing at that cargo door, that's what you would be staring at?
Correct, yes.
I'll show you what's published 110. And what are we looking at here?
So this would be the same, kind of the brains of that surveillance system that's on the FedEx van.
Is this the same camera system that was on the arrest van that we've already talked about?
It's very similar. I don't know if it's the exact same model, but yeah, it's. I think this one had a little bit different camera setup, but it's the same type of system.
Can you publish State's Exhibit 111? And what are we looking at here?
So that would be the SD card that was in the system itself from the other picture.
The front portion of that SD card?
Correct, yes.
And I'm gonna show 112. And what are we looking at here?
The back side of the SD card, and the white thing is the SIM card, but the SD card is the black one that we took the front and back photos of.
And Your Honor, may I approach?
Yes.
Mr. Berry, if you can go ahead and put it on. Yes, thank you. Already had me. I'm showing you what has been marked as State's Exhibit 116. And do you recognize this item?
The SIM card is, I know it's in here. There it is, yes. It is in here, but there are also some thumb drives, but the SD card is in here.
And I'm gonna have you read the front of the package first. What is the license plate number on this package?
It is November Romeo 4995.
And is that the license plate that is associated with the abduction van?
Yes, it is.
And is that where that SD and SIM card were seized?
Correct,
on
yes.
December 5th of 22.
Yes,
And I believe you're looking at the SD card in there.
I am.
Can you see that?
It's very small, but yes, I can see it.
And we can open it if you need to, but if you can see those numbers, so the numbers match the photographs that were taken on 2022.
Yes, they do.
And you were there and present when this item was collected.
Yes,
And when this item was collected, you were here handed it to Wise County Sheriff's Office for storage.
yes. After we collected it, it was handed over to Wise County.
Okay. And the USB drives were added when Ranger Espinoza went and got the full video put in place?
Yes, they could be derivative evidence of the SD card.
Your Honor, at this time, the state offers into evidence State's Exhibit 116.
No additional objection.
Those objections remain overruled and State's Exhibit 116 is admitted.
Thank you, Judge. In finalizing this search on the abduction van on December 5th of 2022, was there any additional evidence that you guys collected at that time?
For the abduction van, we did take some forensic vacuuming samples. So when we do that, we have a vacuum that has a clean filter on it, and we vacuum in quadrants. And so we'll vacuum like the driver's side, and then we'll get a new filter, change gloves, go over to the passenger side, take vacuums, and then we'll vacuum the back cargo area as well. And then after doing that, we would do fingerprinting. So we would look for latent prints around the vehicle. If we see any obvious ones, we can take photographs. Otherwise, then we start dusting. And I believe we did dust the frame area that looks into the driver and passenger side from the cargo area. So we lifted some prints there. And then there was a couple of areas where we took some swabs as well. So we do swabs for DNA, and we can do whether it's touch DNA or whether it's actual bodily fluids. It's the same swab that we would use to collect that.
And to your knowledge, was there any real evidentiary value of any of those items?
On that day, I don't believe so. Not that I'm aware of.
I kind of move you ahead. So after December 5th of 2022, was your FBI ERT team asked to do anything additional with regards to this investigation for Athena Strand?
Yes, we were asked to come back out and reprocess the abduction van.
And do you recall when that was?
That was on January 6th, 2023.
And why were you asked to come back out?
So when we processed the van the first time, we have forensic flashlights that emit a blue light at a wavelength of 455 nanometers. And so that's a good enough wavelength to process the scene for bodily fluids, or you can see cleaning supplies with that. But sometimes if things have been cleaned up well, that the strength of the flashlight isn't quite strong enough. So we have another system that we have back at the office that, in discussion with our FBI lab folks, thought that might be a better option for us to process there. So we decided to, in coordination with Wise County and at their request, come back out and reprocess the vehicle with a stronger, basically a stronger flashlight, forensic flashlight.
And at that time, were you aware that Tanner Horner attempted to clean up that abduction van?
Objection. Hearsay.
Overruled.
So as part of the discussions for reprocessing the van, Wise County mentioned that, when we did it on December 5th, there was still a lot of information from the interviews, and the autopsy hadn't been processed yet. So as those items came in, it allowed us to have more information to reprocess the van.
Your Honor, may I approach?
Yes, ma'am.
I'll show you what has been marked as State's Exhibit 117 through 139. And Do you, have you been able to review all of these prior to coming in today?
I have.
And do you recognize what these are?
Yes,
And what are
this is the entry photos and item photos for that search on January 6th. Along with the sketch, photo of the sketch and the items seized.
And were you present when these photos and this search were conducted on that day?
I was.
And do these fairly and accurately depict what you saw during that search and the evidence collected?
Yes.
Your Honor, at this time, the state offers into evidence States Exhibit 117 through 139.
Judge, we have no objections to the majority of the photos. However, we do have objections to 126, 127, and 128. For 126, the proper foundation has not been laid, and the officer has not testified to any personal knowledge of that document, and I apologize, it's 126, not 128. As for 127 and 128, these fall under a police report. And
I'm sorry?
these are part of a police report, and therefore they're hearsay with no exception.
Let me see, 126, 127, 128.
Your Honor, they are just the diagram of where the actual 10 swabs were taken and the swab.
Objection, oh, sorry.
I'm gonna hold in abeyance 126. Your objections to 127, 128 are sustained. And I'm gonna hold 126
Thank you, Judge.
at this time.
Have you published States Exhibit?
And all the other, I'm sorry,
I'm sorry.
Ms. Dool,
Oh, no,
states
alternate.
117, 118, 119, 120, 121, 122, 123, 124, 125, and then 129 through 139 are admitted.
Thank you, Judge.
Yes, ma'am.
Now I'm going to publish States Exhibit 118. What are we looking at here in this photo?
So this is the what we're calling the abduction van, again with the back cargo area still cleared out as it was when we left it from December 5th.
I'm going to have Mr. Berry zoom in a little bit on that.
Your Honor, may we approach real quick?
Yes.
Well, they are on a sidebar. We have a little bit of zoom room. Let me see where I can get us to.
Okay, we are still, looking at what has been, admitted as State's Exhibit 118. And this license plate, can you read that off?
Yes, November Romeo 4995.
And is that the license plate that is, with the abduction ban?
It is, yes.
Published State's Exhibit 122. And what are we looking at here?
So these are tie down straps that we found in the back of the van, and they were laid like this for purposes of photograph.
And why were you looking at these tie-down straps?
After discussions with Wise County and some of the investigators, it was determined that
Objection, hearsay.
Sustain. Rephrase your question.
You can move on, Nora. State's Exhibit 123. What are we looking at here?
so these are green bungee cords that were found in the van.
And did you have any additional information that would make you want to look for any of these types of items?
Yeah, as we started processing this van, we were told
Objection, hearsay.
Officer, don't testify as to what other people told you. Objection sustained.
And did you process these green bungees and collect these?
yes, we did.
Show you what states, or actually, just want to hold on that, Mr. Rainey. Your Honor, may I approach witness?
Yes.
It's got mixed up. I'm showing you what has been marked as State's Exhibit 142. And do you recognize this item?
I do, yes.
And how do you recognize it?
So it has item number 2, which matches our labeling nomenclature as well as all the other items on the bag. The description is listed as green cords with the number 3 beside that. So,
And other than any lab processing, has it been altered in any way, to your knowledge?
no.
And were you present when this item was seized, and were you considered the seizing agent?
Yes,
Your Honor, at this time, the state offers an evidence State's Exhibit 142.
Your Honor, may we approach?
Well, this is another long sidebar.
Any objections other than those previously mentioned to me, Mr. Gavel?
Negative.
All right, stage 142 is admitted.
Thank you, Judge. Published as State's Exhibit 124. And what are we looking at here?
So these are what we call black bungee cords or black, yeah. So they're black bungees. They were found in the back cargo area of the van.
And were these items collected and placed in evidence?
They were, yes.
Your Honor, may I approach?
Yes.
I believe you have the item in front of you, what has been marked as State's Exhibit 141.
Yes,
And can you, have you seen that item before?
I have, yes.
And how do you recognize it?
It's our labeling nomenclature with the case, the FBI case number, the date, the VIN, a description that says bungee cord, one bungee cord in piece, and then and location was storage area and truck. It has a collector initial for Angela Klein, and then my initial as well as an assistant collector / witness.
And other than being open for any type of processing, has it been altered in any way to your knowledge?
Nope, just the Wise County Sheriff's label and a couple markings from the lab.
Your Honor, at this time, the state offers into evidence State's Exhibit 141.
Any objections other than those previously mentioned to me?
No additional objections, Judge.
Okay, states, those are overruled. It states 141 is admitted.
Thank you, Judge. You could publish 129. Special Agent Ross, what are we looking at in this photo?
So this is our alternate light source that we use for conducting forensic, kind of a forensic light test of the back of the van. It uses a wavelength of light, and we wear orange goggles to look through, and it can illuminate stains that were left behind by bodily fluids such as semen or intestinal fluids, urine, other things. It's a stronger power than the flashlights.
So this is the stronger one of the flashlights you were speaking to us earlier about?
Correct, yes. And in this photograph, you can't photograph it with a naked eye or a naked camera. You have to have filters and everything. So we leave it in place when we're taking the photograph to show kind of where the stain was.
I'm going to publish State's Exhibit 130. And what are we looking at here?
This photograph is the same setup where we're trying to show where the stain is using that alternate light source. This is, I believe, the step going into the cargo van, and this is the swab technique that we use to take a swab for DNA.
And the light source, is that what is, I guess, shining on this
Illuminating.
object?
Yes,
And I believe a minute ago you talked about a special camera to take this photo.
so yeah, it's the same camera, it just has a special filter on it. The same where we wear orange goggles or orange glasses, you can put that same filter on the camera lens.
And were you present when these DNA swabs were taken?
Yes.
And Your Honor, may I approach?
Yes.
You have in front of you what has been marked as State's Exhibit 140.
Yes,
Do you recognize this item?
I do.
And what is it?
So this is a box containing 10 swabs. So this is our standard nomenclature. It's the date, the case number, the vehicle identification number. So it would have been 3678, the abduction van. So it's, like I said, 10 swabs from cargo hold. Once again, it was the collector of Katie Tibbet and the assistant collector of Angela Klein, both of their initials, and then they would all been contained into this one box or one bag.
And I know we only showed this one photo, but we admitted into evidence photos that match each one of those swabs.
Yes, yeah. After I reviewed the photos, they matched the swab locations.
And other than any processing, has it been altered in any way to your knowledge?
I don't believe so. Yeah, other than the additional Wise County label and a couple of lab notes.
At this time, the state offers into evidence State's Exhibit 140.
Any objection?
Okay, those objections are overruled. State's Exhibit 140 is admitted.
Thank you, Judge. After the search on January 6th, did you with the FBI or ERT team, did you do any additional searches at that time, or did that conclude?
After this search of the van and the swabs and the items collected on January 6th, I myself and the blue team who I'm the TL for did not do any more searches.
Thank you. And pass it to Judge.
Cross-examination.
Yes, sir. Good morning, Agent Ross.
Good morning.
A couple of quick questions. Actually, can I approach on-
Yes, sir.
I'm going to hand you what's in marked defense exhibits 6 through 10. I believe you had a chance to look at those before the court.
I did, yes, sir.
Can you identify those for me, please?
So these were photographs taken on December 2nd when we did the search of Tana Horner's shed and associated residence. These pictures appear to be pictures of the main residence for that address.
And they are true and accurate representations of what you observed that night.
Yes, these would have been entry photos that we would take before or as we're entering the house before we've done any kind of searching.
Your Honor, I move to have exhibit 6 through 10 defense exhibits admitted.
Passing, Your Honor, no objection.
Okay, defense exhibits 6 through 10 are admitted.
Your Honor, I move to publish these to the jury.
Yes,
May I do it?
yeah, absolutely, yeah.
There you go. Just to clarify, those are pictures of Jackie Harbison's residence.
Yes. Yeah. Yeah, the main house of the residence.
Do you know her relationship with Mr. Horner?
I do not.
else, you testified earlier about using brown butcher paper.
I did, yes.
Can you tell me again why that's important when handling evidence?
So when we remove evidence from its found location, sometimes due to environmental conditions or lighting or something like that, we have to move it to an area that would be better suited to take those photographs and also the scale photographs. So in order to preserve the integrity of the evidence, we place it on a clean sheet of butcher paper. We put down one butcher paper to protect us from the ground. And then, so that one would be clean. We put down another sheet for each item so that that sheet could then be wrapped up and put in with the item. Sometimes, we have to move it inside if it's raining or inside of an area that hasn't maybe been associated with that item.
You'll actually send the butcher paper with the item.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. That's why a sock would have a whole big bag, because we had a big wad of paper in with it to preserve that item.
Absolutely. And I don't know if you remember or not, but on a couple of your photographs of the FedEx van, in addition to having the big FedEx logo, I believe specifically states Exhibit 97 and 100. On the side there, it has a designation that it's a big top spin vehicle.
A big what? Sorry.
Big top spin, the company's name. I believe it says Contractor Services Program.
Okay, I do not recall that in the photo.
Okay. Now, when you showed using a light to show organic fluids, that light doesn't tell you what kind of organic fluid it is, does it?
It does not. That's why we take the swabs.
Now, as to those items seized, those were not collected by you.
Which items specifically?
We've got items 1 through 8. It looks like those were by Tippett and observed by Klein.
Which day were you talking about for the van?
This would be the January date. January 6th.
Okay. And are you referring to the swabs specifically, or?
Yes.
I don't have the item numbers in front of me, so.
Okay.
Yeah.
So you don't know?
I'm sorry, what was your question again?
This who collected them?
So the swabs were collected by Tippett and Klein.
Okay. And then the other 3 items collected by Klein and Fields.
Correct, yes.
And these items were turned over to at least Amy with the Wise County Sheriff's Office.
Correct, yes.
And after that, you wouldn't know what happened.
No, once we turn it over, it's within her chain of custody.
I'll pass it, Sharon.
Regret.
Nothing further, Your Honor.
May this witness be excused subject to any potential recall?
Yes, Sharon.
Yes, Judge.
Thank you, Special Agent.
Thank you, Your Honor.
For purposes of the record, the defense exhibit to State's Exhibit 126 is sustained. I need a break. Give me about 15 minutes and we'll start up at 10:20. Okay?
All right. Well, the judge says he needs a break, so they are going to take about a 15-minute break. What do you guys think so far this morning? Sounds like we're going to hear a lot of testimony about the collection of evidence and chain of custody. And so far, the defense has already started doing their objections. We have seen several of them sustained. So it sounds like we're going to have a lot more evidence that's going to be coming in probably throughout the day. Now, I don't know if you guys have seen this. I do have a couple of things that I kind of set aside today to kind of do for fillers. Not sure if you guys have seen this. I noticed that this was up. Let me just share this. This is for Fraser Bonham, the one who is being charged with the Pepperdine crash. He had a hearing. Let me share this to you guys, and it's very short. It's 5 minutes, and we'll just kind of watch this.
Fraser Bone, number 3 on the calendar, LAV LA 100189.
Good morning, Your Honor. Jacqueline Speronian from Mr. Combs, present. AdaKay.
Nathan Barcos for the people.
Holy Gazarian for the people.
Thank you. Matters here on a pretrial basis.
So, Your Honor, we are looking to set another pretrial date for May the 19th. In terms of discovery, the cell phone that was ordered was provided to the defense and extracted. The citations, there were actually no citations for that period. And then I know the defense got some of the documents for the splitters from the Department of Transit. I am working on getting them the rest. We've had some technical issues, but I think Ms. Speronian and I have worked those out. So hopefully on that next date, we'll be able to talk about the actual start of the trial.
Summertime trial.
That's my plan. Obviously, I think defense needs to finish looking through the discovery in order to make that assessment for the people.
Okay. I know first of all, let me do this. So we're going to give the right to your trial within 60 days of today's date. You agree to waive and give up that right. Continue the case to May 19th as a new 0 of 60, meaning you have the right to your trial within 60 days of that date.
Yes, Your Honor.
Counsel Jones?
Join.
All right, matter is continued for pretrial to that date. This courtroom, 0 of 60. Mr. Bone is ordered to return on that date. I know that last time I did mention about, we still have time, but juror questionnaires and any requests for questions to be included in that, and also the issue of time qualifying jurors. I suppose we can pick it up at the next appearance, but if both sides are going to agree to that, we need to have that signed off on and plenty of time for jury services to handle that. So we're going to handle that next time?
Yes.
Yes, please.
Okay. Anything else we need to do today?
I don't think so.
No.
There is a matter that I'm related to your ex parte that I do need to discuss on a continued ex parte basis.
Okay.
Shouldn't take but a couple of minutes. But at this point then, May 19th, and Mr. Wells ordered to return on that. Okay, thank you. Oh, also in terms of trial dates, just FYI, I don't know for sure yet, but I may be off the first 2 weeks of August.
Okay.
So, if the parties are ready and want to try it in summer, which I would hope to do, we may need to look around.
Okay.
Okay, all right, thank you. And Ms. Ryan, let me see you while you're here.
All right. Well, we will keep that date in the calendar and keep an eye on that as well for his next date. We are still waiting. They are still on their 15-minute break. It looks like they've gotten a new picture to kind of focus on in the courtroom. Oh, I've noticed this is the court TV feed in case you guys are curious. I know it's been doing that the last few days. For some reason, we're not sure it's happening to all of us, but that is the court TV feed. That is not on us. We do have later on today, if we have time, depending on how much room we have. I don't know that if you guys have seen, but Florida versus Shelby Neely. That is going to be the in-law massacre. He is having his sentencing today. This is the Florida man who red-rummed his in-laws and is facing, after jury recommendation, the DP. Shelby Neely was convicted of red-rumming Richard, Laura, and Nicholas Ivancic, his wife's parents and brother, after pleading guilty to first-degree red-rum and aggravated cruelty charges. They will be doing his sentencing at 12:30 Central Standard Time. That's 10:30 Pacific. I will keep an eye on that one. And like I said, if we need a little bit of a filler, we may hop over there and kind of cover that. If we need it, like I said, we don't have much room because we're caught up on live right now as we speak. They should be coming into court within the next few minutes. Why don't you guys go ahead and stand up and stretch? If you need to refill your coffee cup, grab you some more coffee, tea, whatever you guys like to drink. I'm going to leave it here for 1 second. I'm going to take the minute and I am going to go refill my Java cup real quick, and I will be right back with you guys. All right, I am back. Thank you guys. Just needed some more coffee. Only had a cup this morning before I hopped on, so I needed a little more. How are you guys doing this morning? Hope everyone is doing well. We had some interesting storms here last night. So hubby and kiddos will have a busy afternoon fixing our fence, which will be fun times, fun times. Hopefully we were supposed to get some more storms today, this morning. Thankfully, though, they held off and kind of broke up a little bit. And so hopefully we will have a clear rest of the day today. I was a little concerned because we had streaming going on. I didn't want to get storms and then our lights start flickering and then we're in trouble. So thankfully it broke up. Hopefully we won't have any more and we'll have smooth sailing the rest of the day for streaming. They are still on their short break that the judge needed. I do have, apparently they have found a only sign, not an exit. Alarm will sound upon activation. So we are, instead of looking at the ceiling or looking at the seal, maybe they're changing things up for us and now they're giving us the sign. So as soon as they get started, we will get back into court. Here we go.
We are ready to proceed, ladies and gentlemen. This witness has been previously sworn to testify truthfully. Mr. Staton.
Thank you, Your Honor. Ms. Amy, would you state your name and spell it for the court reporter, please?
First name's Elise, Alise. My last name is Amy, Amey.
And Ms. Amy, let me ask you a couple of questions. Back in November of 2022, where were you employed?
Wise County Sheriff's Office.
And back in November of 2022, what were you doing for the Wise County Sheriff's Office?
I was a crime scene investigator.
Now, let me back you up just a little bit. In order to be a crime scene investigator, do you have to be a certified and licensed peace officer?
That's correct.
So let's give just a little bit of your education in order for you to be a licensed peace officer, and then we'll talk about your CSI stuff.
I'm sorry, repeat your question.
Yeah, just tell the jury a little bit about where you went and got licensed to be a peace officer, and then we'll talk about your CSI.
So I went to Vernon College, Wichita Falls, and got my basic peace officer's license. And then I went through FTO training at the sheriff's office. And then once I got done with my FTO training, I spent probably 8 months total in patrol. And then I went and applied for the crime scene investigator sergeant's position, where I was granted that sergeant's position. And then through there, I became a advanced fingerprint, latent fingerprint investigator, and also a forensic investigator as well.
So let's talk about CSI. When did you get promoted to CSI sergeant?
About 8 months after being on patrol.
And did you have to have any particular additional training and other things to be a CSI sergeant?
I did go through I went through the FTO program that they had at the sheriff's office, and then prior to becoming a full-time CSI investigator, I actually did it part-time as well.
Okay. And during that time being a CSI investigator, were you under the supervision of other CSI investigators during that time?
Yes, sir.
And who was your primary supervising investigator during that time?
Sergeant Brett Yarrow.
Sorry, say that again.
Sergeant Brett Yarrow.
Okay.
So
Spell
it's
that last name for the court.
Y-A-R-O.
first name Brett with 2 T's.
That's correct.
Is he also a sheriff's deputy at the West County Sheriff's Office?
Yes, sir.
And had he been there quite a bit longer than you?
Yes, sir.
And how long had he been in CSI when you made CSI sergeant?
For an extended amount of time.
A lot longer than you.
Yes, sir.
So with regard to being in CSI, they don't just turn you loose just to do CSI stuff when you walk in the door, do they?
No, sir.
And during the time that you're in CSI, you said you went through an FTO program.
Yes, sir.
And does that stand for Field Training Officer?
Yes, sir.
And is that kind of like what you do when you're being a deputy and on patrol? Do you do a similar course of training?
Yes, sir. It's like a probationary period.
And so with regard to CSI and the Deputy Yarrow being your was he your primary supervisor through all of that FTO training?
No.
Okay, who else did you
I had each month I had a different phase that I went into whenever I was on patrol. So I would have one sergeant from one shift, and then we had 4 shifts in our patrol. And so each phase I went through different shifts, and a different sergeant would be my field training officer.
So with each of those, you would have to get checked off by each one of them.
Yes.
Is that same process is what happens when you get promoted to CSI sergeant with regard to CSI Deputy Yarrow?
Yes.
Okay. And so with regard to CSI, were you allowed to simply just walk into CSI and start doing all this stuff?
No.
And in fact, when you're doing CSI work up until the time that you were allowed to be out on your own, are you supervised by somebody during that time?
Yes, depending on the offense, yes.
And so when we talk about CSI, are we talking about evidence collection, documentation, things of that nature?
Yes.
Are we talking about taking photographs?
Yes.
Okay. All the things that we might consider crime scene related, that's what CSI does.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Now, if we move to November of 2022, you said you had been in the position of CSI sergeant. How long in November of 2022?
About that time, I was about 6 months into being a crime scene investigator.
All right. And during that time, and at the end of November 2022, you called to participate in the search for Athena Strand.
Yes, sir.
Okay. And when you where were you first dispatched to participate in the search for Athena Strand?
The father's house.
And where is that?
In Paradise, Cottondale area.
Is it a rural area?
Yes, sir.
And do you remember when you went out there and you were tasked at that residence?
Yes, sir. I was tasked that morning. That morning we had a briefing and with all of our investigators, of what we were gonna be doing that day.
All right, I'm gonna clarify that. Do you remember which day that was?
Thursday the 1st.
So on that first part of this, on that Thursday, what were you tasked with doing on that Thursday?
So I was, basically my primary location was to be at the house at the residence. A bunch of our investigators separated with civilian search teams at that time. And if they found something that they needed to be documented or found like it was important, I would go and document it at that time.
I'm going to ask you, when you got to the Strand home, what do you do like when you first get there?
When I first got there, I got orders for what they wanted me to do. And then whenever everybody kind of broke off, I started documenting where I was and started my kind of initial investigation.
And as part of that investigation, did you take any photos?
Yes, sir. I initially took a video and then followed it up with photographs.
I'm going to show you what's been admitted as states number 10. Okay. Is this one of your photos?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And it's already been admitted through Ashley Strand. Is that at the location we're talking about?
Yes, sir.
And you said you took a multitude of photos of that location. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
And in fact, did you take pictures of this abandoned structure that we saw here?
Yes.
Okay. Did you take pictures of the Strand home?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Did you take pictures of all the surrounding stuff around it?
Yes, sir.
Now, let me ask you a little bit at that time, that's what you were tasked with.
Yes.
Okay. On December 1st, 2022. Were you tasked to do anything else on December 1st, 2022? We're good, Mr. King. Thank you. Here.
Just to, if somebody found anything, just to kind of document it, follow any kind of leads that what we thought could potentially be her and lead us into a direction.
So at this point in time, as we've seen in the scene, was there a lot of searching going on at that time?
Yes.
Were there a lot of assets deployed, including law enforcement and civilians that were out searching for Athena in that general area?
Yes.
So were you tasked to do anything as part of that searching during that time?
Yes. So like I said, I took the video of everything, and then the FBI showed up that day, and they took their pictures, and we walked around the initial residence that you see in the front yard, and then we did our investigation into the back and also the shed.
And at some point, were there items that may have come up during the search that you needed to take pictures of or document?
Yes.
And what kind of, just give a short example, what kind of things did you go take pictures of?
A set of keys. I think we found boots, socks, things of that nature.
So these are things that out in the search area
They were very spread out.
that people had located
Yes, sir.
that thought might relate to this investigation.
Yes, sir.
And then you went out and took pictures of it.
Yes, sir.
Now, at some point, was that the total of what you did on December 1st?
Yes, sir.
Now let's move to December 2nd. What are you doing on December 2nd in the first part of that day?
We meet at the father's residence again, and that's whenever everybody got together and we had a meeting of law enforcement searches.
Okay. And so would I be correct when you said searches that law enforcement's continuing to search? Is that right?
Yes, no civilians at that time.
Now, at some point, did you become aware that Athena Strand's body had been located?
In the morning?
No, in the afternoon, at any point, actually.
Oh, just in the evening time, yes.
So did you also become aware that FedEx vehicle had also been acquired by law enforcement?
Yes.
And I just want to get this right on the time periods. Did you participate in the actual search of the van that Tanner Horner was arrested in?
I assisted the FBI.
And when you say assisted, were you actually actively participating in the actual collection of evidence and that kind of thing? Or were you doing something else?
No, so they had distinguished people who took pictures and collected evidence, and then I received the evidence.
Okay. And so let me get this right in time. You said that they found her body in the evening. When was the search of the arrest van performed? Was it before or after they found her body?
Before.
So let's talk about the search of the arrest van. Okay. And when I say arrest van, you know what I mean by that, right?
Yes, sir.
This is the van that Tanner Horner was arrested in on December 2nd.
Yes, sir.
Okay? I'll refer to the other vehicle as the abduction vehicle. Okay?
Okay.
So on December 2nd, where is the location of the arrest van?
It is brought to the Wise County Sheriff's Office.
Where you work?
Yes, sir.
And were you tasked, like you said before, to assist the FBI?
Yes.
And so let me just get a picture of this in my head. Does the FBI, do they bring all their own stuff, or do you have to provide things?
They bring their own stuff.
And is this what we commonly see with the FBI and their moon suits and things like that?
Yes.
And so with regard to the FBI, are you watching them, what they're doing in searching this vehicle?
Yes.
And so are you actually out there on scene when they're searching it?
Yes.
And during that time, and we'll talk to the FBI about that. So it sounds like you're just kind of standing there waiting. Is that right?
Correct.
And at some point, what is your actual participation with regard to the search of the arrest van?
After they got done searching the arrest van, they took their pictures, they collected the evidence, and then they turned the evidence over to me.
And when you say turn it over to you, is that like a physical turnover? They hand it to you?
Yes.
And then once they hand it to you, you can see we have some evidence out here. They hand you the evidence and you've got it. What do you do with it at that point?
I walk into our CSI lab and put it in our lockers.
So from that point, your job, and I'm not trying to minimize your job as a CSI here, was to just physically carry the evidence from point A to point B.
Correct.
And did you open any of the evidence?
No.
Did you handle any of the evidence, take it out of any of the bags or anything else?
No.
So as the FBI left it with you, you placed it in your locker.
Yes, sir.
And did you have any other contact with regard to the search of the arrest van evidence from 12/2 of 22? Did you have any other contact with the evidence?
No.
Now, also, you mentioned that you were there at the recovery of Athena Strand's body. Is that correct?
Yes.
Now, it seems to me that somebody who had, I would say, fairly limited 6 months CSI experience.
Objection, Your Honor, counsel is testifying.
Sustained, rephrase your question.
How long had you been in CSI when you attended the body recovery of Athena Strand?
6 months.
Okay. And at that time, where was your field training officer or your let me just ask you, where was CSI Sergeant Yarrow?
He was out. He was out.
Okay. Did he have COVID?
Yes.
Objection, leading.
Overruled, she's answering.
And at this point, you get tasked to do body recovery. So let me just ask you, is it just you, CSI Amy, out there recovering this body, or are there other people?
Oh, so there was other people.
Okay. And who were those other people?
3 other FBI agents.
Okay. And was it just those 3 FBI agents, or were there other people on scene as well?
There was law enforcement up on the bridge and in the road, everybody who had been there with the search. And then there was 2 investigators, 2 FBI special agents taking pictures. And then there was the 3 FBI agents, and including myself in the body.
And when you say, and I'm not going to go in depth into the body recovery, this is where is this where we physically remove her body from the water?
Yes, sir.
And is there a process by which we take to remove her body from the water?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And I don't need every detail, but just give us the short version of what it takes to recover a body from the water.
So how we walked the scene We got a good idea of where we needed to go. And because of the grass being grass and dirt and a mixture of certain things, the FBI did what they are trained to do, and I did. So I worked the top. So I worked the ledge where we placed her. We laid out a bag and then we laid out a sheet. So once they removed her from the water and I laid her on the sheet, then that is where we documented any kind of physical evidence.
So with regard to removing her body from the water, who performed that physical task?
The 2 FBI agents in the water.
And then you said once they get her out of the water, you prepared an area. Is that what I'm hearing?
Yes, sir. So I prepared an area because it was dirt and gravel and rocks. So I prepared an area to where, well, as soon as she came out, any kind of evidence would be preserved on the sheet.
And at that time, are there big people taking all of this happening?
Yes, sir.
Now, are you taking any pictures of all of this happening?
No.
And so why do we prepare the scene with the sheet and other things? Why do that?
I was taught that you never know. So it's evidence preservation. It's the way we collect evidence, and at the time, bodies are it's a piece of evidence.
And so at this time, does that occur? Does the FBI remove the body and then place it on your area where you have it set up?
Yes.
And at this particular time, you said there's a sheet.
Yes.
Okay. And what else is around the sheet or covering? Is there anything else around besides the sheet?
Just the body bag.
Okay. And so with regard to that, the FBI then removes Athena from the water. The role at that point with regard to Athena's body.
I asked the FBI to document Athena the way that I am trained, because that is how I do ours. We talked it out. They took the pictures. We scaled everything. I bagged her hands for any kind of evidence preservation and signed it, and then put her in the bag, and we carried her upstairs.
So let me ask you, said something about bagging her hands. I'm going to ask some questions about that. What does that mean when you bag someone's hands?
So we have brown bags. When you collect evidence, we put them in brown bags. Anytime there's a body involved, any type of DNA or anything that could be possibly on the hands, you put them in brown bags and then you tape them. And then that's kind of like you sealing your evidence for preservation. So that's what that means.
Now, if you know, do you know where the Athena's body ended up from where you took it to where it ended up? Do you know where it ended up?
Medical examiner's office.
And when you have a body bag like that, is there a process by which you go about securing the body bag such that it's not tampered with or opened or anything else?
Yes. So the last pictures of any crime scene, I asked the feds to take the last picture as well. Once a body is placed in a bag, we zip it up, and then we have body bag tags that follow that body. And so at our last pictures that we took were of the tag front and back.
And you said pictures we took, not any pictures that you took. So
That's correct.
So we're on that scene. Do you do that? Do you tag the hands? Do you bag the hands? Do you then seal up the body bag at that time?
Yes.
And at that point, and I'm just asking you physically, how does Athena's body in the bag go from where you have it on the creek side, if you will? How does it get to its next location?
The 4 of us carried her up to the van.
So when you say the 4 of you, I'm just going to clarify here. That's you and who else?
3 FBI agents.
And then she went into some form of vehicle?
Yes. The funeral home.
All right. And from that point in time, did you have any more contact with her body or anything to do with that?
No.
So at that point, are you done with your role in the processing of Athena's body?
Yes.
And did you do all of the tagging and things with regard to her hands and the bag like you just talked about?
Yes.
So at that point, we now have had a search of an arrest van. on, earlier in the day. We've now recovered Athena's body. What is the next step you took in your role as CSI in this case?
So following that, I was contacted by an investigator to process Mr. Horner.
Okay. And so with regard to processing of Mr. Horner, is that processing of his physical self?
Yes,
And where was that conducted?
at the Wise County Jail.
All right. And was that just you in the Wise County Jail? Was there anybody else there?
Sergeant Oliver was there.
You say stop Sergeant Oliver. Who's Sergeant Oliver?
He was a CID investigator.
And was he also participating in this case with Ranger Espinosa?
Yes,
And so who all else is there to process Tanner Horner?
just the two of us.
And when you say process Tanner Horner, what types of things generally did you do to process his person?
So I would take pictures, all four sides, and then document any injuries he may have on his body.
And did you do that in this case?
Yes,
And was Sergeant Oliver there the entire time as well?
yes,
Was that the extent of your role in the processing of Tanner Horner?
yes.
And when was that done? Tell me that again.
That was done just after we recovered Athena.
Okay, so in the evening of the second.
Yes.
All right, so now we've gotten to the evening of the second. Do you do anything else on the second?
No.
Right. When is your next time to participate in any capacity in your employment as a CSI in this case?
May I look at my reports real quick?
Sure.
So it would have been 12/5.
So body recovery on 12/2 and then 12/5 is the next time you participate in this case in any capacity.
Yes.
And what was that?
That is the day that we processed both FedEx trucks.
Okay. Now you've already testified that the FBI has already looked at the arrest vehicle. Is that right?
Yes.
To your knowledge, had anybody looked at the abduction vehicle at that time?
No.
So you said that on 12/5, do we have both vehicles we're looking at that day?
May I look at my report right quick?
Sure.
So we just did the van number 1, which you're calling the abduction van.
Okay. And I was going to ask you that if you had a particular deal for it. So in your report, that's referred to as van number 1.
That's correct.
So this abduction vehicle, AKA van number 1, who is participating in the processing of that vehicle?
The FBI ERT and myself.
Okay. And let me just ask you, was this the same process that y'all took when you did the search of the arrest van? I'm assuming that'd be van number 2?
That's correct.
Is it the same process you testified that happened in the search of the first one?
Yes.
So did you participate in any of the evidence collection or anything else, or was that the FBI?
That was the FBI.
So anything with regard to collection of evidence, we would need to ask the FBI.
Yes.
And your role, was it again what you testified before, essentially as a carrier of evidence from point A to point B?
Yes.
And any evidence that was collected in the van number 1, the abduction vehicle, did you do the same thing?
Yes.
And all of that evidence, did you open any of it or mess with any of it at that time?
No.
No. So at that point in time, so what do you do next? That's 12/5. What happens next?
So on 12/15, I was contacted by our property manager, Paige Dobines, to meet her in her property room.
Sorry, Judge, that was me.
Let me ask you, with regard regard to what you did on the 15th, who all was there on the 15th?
It was the victim's mother, or the mother's attorney, myself, and Sergeant Paige Dobines.
And so, let me show you, Judge Mann.
Yes.
Let me show you what I've marked. States 154. Reading this. States 154, 155, 156, 157, and 158. Will you take a second look at those and tell me if you recognize those?
Yes,
Okay. And who took those pictures?
I did.
And was that on the 15th, like you just talked about?
Yes,
And those pictures depict exactly what you saw on that particular day.
yes.
Okay. Judge would have to submit states 154 to 158. My numbers are good.
No objection.
States exhibits 154 through 158 are admitted.
And let me ask you, this particular time when they arrive, just give us a general description of what they brought you and what was in the box.
So when I arrived into our conference room at the sheriff's office, I was met with them, and there was a Walmart package on.
Cool. And can we? Yeah, just one. Oh, actually, no, pause right here. This particular box that we see in this exhibit that we already have up here, states number 10. Is that the same box that you have in those pictures in front of you?
Yes,
And so that box, I guess, went from that scene to you at this point on the 15th.
yes,
Did the box appear to be in the same or similar condition as when you saw it here?
yes.
And let me ask you. There we go. Is that your picture as well in states number 9?
Yes.
And then. So when that gets there, is your only role with that box just to take some pictures of it?
And to collect it as evidence.
And when you say collected as evidence, what does that mean?
So I document the box, I document what's in the package, and then I package the box up into a Wise County Sheriff's Office bags and seal it.
And so is this your picture as well in states 155?
Yes,
And is this what's in the box?
yes.
And Judge, may I approach?
Yes.
Again, with the glasses, sorry. I'm going to show you what's been marked states 159. Do you recognize that?
Yes.
Okay. Let me ask you a couple of questions about it before we get into it. When you take in evidence and you document evidence, do you put a tag on it?
Yes.
And that tag, is that your tag that's on that?
Yes.
And also, is that some of your writing also on that box?
This is Sergeant Yarrow's writing.
Okay, but you collected it.
That's correct.
Okay. And did you physically put it in that bag?
No,
Okay, were you with Sergeant Yarrow when he put it in the bag?
I was off that day.
Okay. So when you say you collected it, what do you mean you collected it?
So as soon as I collected the evidence, I took it to locker number 1 in Paige's property room.
You say Page's property room, is that our evidence?
Yes,
So you took it physically
yes,
and you took it to property,
yes,
and it was later actually placed in a bag like this
yes.
by who?
By Sergeant Brett Yard.
So the item that's in that, do you know what's in that bag?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And is that the item you collected?
Yes, sir.
Judge Woodoffer states 159.
Your Honor, I object may we approach?
No, I'll.
Okay. Your Honor, she didn't collect it. We don't have a chain of custody on this. She admitted that she didn't put it in the bag. So how does she know what is in the bag is what was taken to the locker?
Right, the objection at this point is sustained.
Yeah, that's right. All right, so the next, that's on the 15th, correct?
Yes.
And with regard, what did you do next with regard to this case involving Athena Strand?
And Your Honor, you would also object to having State's Exhibit 158 displayed without the witness testifying to it.
158 has been admitted into evidence.
Exactly, Your Honor, but we would object to them leaving it up on the screen while the witness is not testifying to it.
Oh, that's overruled. Go ahead.
What did you do next? You said you collected the box that you just talked about with the Barbies in it. What did you do next?
So the next day was January 6th. That is when the FBI ERT team met me back at the Wise County Sheriff's Office jail, where the van 1 was. And that's where we called it DNA Day. It's when we searched the van for DNA using an alternative light source.
And so again, kind of the same questions I've asked you before. When the FBI shows up, do you get to participate with the FBI when they're doing their business?
No.
And so with regard to anything they did, we would need to ask the FBI.
Yes.
And then are you similarly, what I asked you before, the carrier of evidence from point A to point B?
Yes.
And so any evidence they collected on that day on January 6th, 2023, I didn't ask you, is that January 6th, 2023?
Yes.
And any evidence they collected, did you open any of it or tamper with it or do anything with it?
No.
Just simply carried it and put it in locket?
Yes.
Do you have any more contact with that evidence from the time at which you carried it and put it in locket?
No.
All right. What do you do next?
The next day is 110. We were advised to take the floor out of van number 1. There were some markings on the victim's face, so that were consistent with the patterns on the floor of the FedEx van.
Well, now you didn't conduct any investigation into any marks on the victim or anything like
No.
that, did you?
No.
You were instructed to go and simply take the floor panels out.
Yes.
And was that just you?
Yes, sir.
Who else was with you?
Sergeant Brett Yarrow.
And so what did y'all have to do to remove the floor panels from the field?
May I go to my report?
Yeah. Well, let me just ask you. I'm going to speed this up a little bit here. When you remove them, does that include unscrewing them from the floor?
Yes.
And does that remove, actually physically?
Objection, Your Honor, leading.
Sustained. No lead your witness.
What do you have to do to remove these panels from the vehicle?
We have to unbolt them from the chassis of the truck and then remove them one by one.
And when that's done, what do you do with them?
We bagged them in brown paper since they were so big and they were in 5 or 6 different pieces. We'd have to bag them separately, and then we tagged them with our initials.
And is that you and CSI Sergeant Yarrow?
Yes.
Get all that done, do you then tag those and place them in evidence?
Yes.
Objection, Your Honor, still leading.
Don't lead your witness.
Once they're all collected and put in the brown paper, what do you do with them?
I take them to locker number 1.
Any other contact with those items?
No,
Now, did you then go back out and take a look at the arrest vehicle in January of 23, at the end of January?
yes, that's correct.
What did you do on late January of 2023?
We were looking for a piece of paper or a sticker, decal of some sort that was placed over the video camera.
And who were you with?
Sergeant Brett Yarrow.
And were you able to locate any evidence?
Yes, we located a number of FedEx tags. We found out that they were actually FedEx
Objection,
tags.
Your Honor.
I'm
That's
sorry.
based on hearsay.
Overruled.
Go ahead.
We found out that they were FedEx tags, and we collected an abundance of amount of FedEx tags from the FedEx van.
When you say FedEx tags, what are we talking about? Can you describe what a FedEx tag is for the jury?
So it's a small tag that has general information. May I refer to the pictures on the box?
Just give us a general description, then we'll talk.
They have names, sometimes tracking numbers or a barcode, some sort of identifying marker on it.
And these particular tags, are they as big as a sheet of notebook paper?
No.
Are they small?
Yes,
And these were things you were looking for in the vehicle?
yes.
How many do you think you collected?
There were quite a few.
What did you do with them when you collected them?
We bagged them, we taped the bag, and we put them into our evidence locker.
With regard to those stickers, do you have any other contact with those once that's done?
No.
All right. What next? What happens next? In your role as a CSI in this case?
That is it for me. That was it for me.
Let me ask you, did you participate in removing the black boxes from these vehicles?
Yes.
Do you remember when that was?
In the month of January, shortly after removing the floors.
And was it you who removed the black box or someone else?
No, someone else.
Who was that person? If you remember.
He was a trooper, Patrick, is his first name.
So how does this come about that these black boxes are removed by the trooper? How does that happen?
We were just advised to meet him out there, that he had to pull some information off of the vans, and that there's a black box located in each FedEx van that could have vital information on it.
Did you actually do anything that day or just be present?
No, I was just present.
Now, we've gone through several things so far. Did you do anything else with regard to this case after you observed the trooper pull in the black boxes?
No.
That was at the end of February of 23, is that right?
I'm not really for sure. It was around the January, February. Yes.
So at that point in time, are you still employed as a CSI sergeant at that time?
Yes.
And between the rest of that time, and I guess I ask you, I don't see you in uniform. You're no longer employed by the West County Sheriff's Office. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And so when was your last day at the Sheriff's Office?
In October of 23.
Okay. So how many months is that after you were done participating in this case?
7, 8.
7 to 8 months after this. Let me just ask you, were you fired from the SO,
No.
Sheriff's Office?
No, sir.
Did you resign?
Yes.
What is your status with the Texas Commission on Law Enforcement?
I am no longer a basic peace officer.
Okay. And when you resigned from that, what was your designation when you resigned? Honorable or dishonorable?
Honorable.
Now, I'm going to ask you about this because I'm sure the defense will in a minute. At some point after this, did you have a little bump in your CSI career?
Yes,
Let's talk about that. Were you participating in an investigation into another murder committed in Wise County
yes,
when this incident occurred?
yes,
And was that also another murder that was charged as a capital murder?
yes.
When did that murder occur, if you remember?
In June 2023.
So how many months after you were participating in this case here?
A year and some days.
You said how many?
Oh, I'm sorry. It was in 22. It was, I don't know. I'm not counting.
Several months.
Several months.
And so what we're talking about here, and I'm just going to get into it here with you, was there an incident involving photographs that were taken in that investigation?
Yes,
And is that incident related to who took those photographs?
yes,
And as far as your being, were you disciplined with regard to these photographs?
yes.
So let's talk about that. What was the standing order when you went out on that scene with regard to who was supposed to be taking photographs?
I had an intern with me, and the intern was not supposed to take pictures.
Okay. And at that point in time, did you allow the intern to take pictures?
Yes,
And do you know how many pictures it was?
a handful.
And at that time, was that the standing order by the patrol captain at that time?
Yes,
So you didn't do what the patrol captain told you to do.
that's correct.
That's not good, is it?
No.
Now, the problem came up, you were asked later on if you had let that particular intern take those handful of photos. Is that correct?
Yes,
And what'd you tell him?
told him no.
That's not true.
It's correct.
And that caused you some problems in the sheriff's office, didn't it?
Yes,
Are you proud of that you said something that wasn't true?
no,
But you did. Did you eventually tell your superiors that what you told them wasn't true at that time?
yes,
And at that point in time, once you told them that it wasn't true, no longer get to be a CSI.
it's correct.
You weren't fired.
No.
What was your duties after that?
I moved back down to patrol.
And you did that until you resigned in October of 23.
Yes,
Now, that incident happened after the one we're talking about here, correct?
yes,
And other than that incident, do you have any other issues with regard to you not being accurate and truthful with your superiors?
I'm sorry. Can you repeat that?
Do you have any other incidents where you were not truthful with regard to your superiors?
No.
House witness.
Cross-examination.
Your Honor, may we approach?
Yes.
All right, we're on a sidebar. We have no room. We are all caught up and live. Hopefully, it will be a short sidebar. So, what do you guys think about that? What do you guys think about the fact that the CSI had some bumps in her career? She was not fired. She was able to resign. Oh, looks like we're back.
Miss Amy, how you doing?
Good.
I want to ask you a little bit about your job as an evidence tech. So your job when you were with the Wise County Sheriff's Department was to collect evidence at scenes,
Yes, ma'am.
and it was to photograph evidence at scenes.
Yes, ma'am.
And you would agree with me that when you have a criminal offense especially something like a capital murder, that collecting evidence is a must.
Yes, ma'am.
And when you go out and collect evidence, a lot of what you collect would be the physical evidence, is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
And it's important to collect all the physical evidence. You agree with me?
Yes,
on that
ma'am.
one? Because physical evidence are objects that might establish that a crime had been committed,
Yes, ma'am.
could provide a link between the crime and the victim.
Yes, ma'am.
And it can also provide a link between, the evidence and the suspect, right?
Yes, ma'am.
But would you agree with me that it could also exclude suspects?
Sure.
So when we're collecting evidence in a case, the priority is to do it properly.
Yes, ma'am.
And special care needs to be taken when collecting all evidence.
Yes, ma'am.
And again, with the capital murder case, we have to be, take it up that extra notch. Wouldn't you agree?
Yes, ma'am.
Because someone's life is on the line in that case. So we want to make sure that everything is done correctly.
Yes, ma'am.
So when you collect evidence, at the time that you collect the evidence, you don't know whether there's going to be a guilty or a not guilty plea, do you?
No, ma'am.
Because at the time you collect the evidence, 9 times out of 10, the case hadn't even been filed yet.
That's correct.
So would you agree with the proposition that you should treat every case when you go out into the field to collect evidence as if that case were going to go to trial?
Yes.
And so when you go out to collect evidence, it's important to do it properly because you don't want any contamination.
That's correct.
And explain to the jury what contamination is.
So anytime if I am collecting something from a crime scene, I need to have proper gloves on, you have to dress properly. If I need to wear booties in this crime scene, they go over your shoes, then I have to wear that. Anything that I can bring outside in or inside out.
Why is that important?
Cross-contamination can ruin evidence.
And cross-contamination can happen in a variety of ways. Would you agree with that?
Yes.
That if you're not wearing proper gloves, that if you were to pick up something and hand it to someone else, your DNA could be on that item.
Yes.
And so when it gets placed into evidence, not only has that piece of evidence been contaminated, you could have destroyed any other evidence that may have been on there.
Yes, ma'am.
All right, so when I picked up my glass and talked about leaving my DNA on that glass, is that what we're talking about when we're talking about contact DNA or trace evidence or something like that?
Yes.
And every time someone handles a piece of evidence, it's possible that new physical evidence could be deposited onto it, right?
It's possible.
And that's why we wear gloves.
Yes, ma'am.
And that's why we wear the booties.
Yes, ma'am.
And why we wear the protective gear. And why when collecting evidence or viewing evidence or doing anything like that, it's important to have a clean area to place that evidence on.
Yes, ma'am.
And when you have that clean area to place evidence on, not only do you want the table clean, but you want to put butcher paper down or some sort of protective barrier there, right?
It's possible. Yes, ma'am.
And so sometimes that when evidence is being handled, a tech may inadvertently contaminate a piece of evidence. Do you agree with that?
It's possible. Yes, ma'am.
Yeah, and not doing it on purpose. Accidents happen. But that's why why it's so important to have that protective gear. Because if you don't have the gloves on, you might have the contamination by touch DNA. Would you agree with that?
Yes, ma'am.
If you don't have a mask on, You could sneeze, you could drip sweat, you could have any sort of respiratory fluids that come out, may contribute to additional DNA on an item.
Yes, ma'am.
And the tools that you use, each of those tools, proper procedure would tell you that you don't use the same tool twice.
Correct.
Or you don't use the same tool twice without disinfecting it and cleaning it properly between each use.
Yes, ma'am.
Let's talk about the packaging of evidence. Evidence has to be packaged in such a way after it's collected that basically just to prevent any contamination or destruction of the evidence, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Because, well, let me back up, because contamination, again, could affect the outcome of the case.
Yes, ma'am.
And it doesn't take a lot to contaminate or cross-contaminate an item of evidence, does it?
That's correct.
Would you agree with me that when you put packaging, or I'm sorry, when you put evidence into a package, you also have to make sure that that evidence bag is not contaminated?
That's correct.
And a way to do that is to make sure that, again, everybody wears gloves, personal protective gear. Correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. With regards to packaging evidence, to avoid contamination, isn't it important that it should be sealed as soon as possible?
Yes, ma'am.
And preferably to seal that evidence at the scene.
It just depends on evidence collection and where it's coming from.
But the main thing is you got to get it sealed quickly because you don't want any opportunity for evidence to become contaminated.
Yes, ma'am.
So let's talk about storing evidence. After evidence is collected, it's important to make sure that it's also stored properly. Would you agree with that?
That's correct.
And part of that proper storage is that items shouldn't be, well, let me back up to packaging. If you have several items, you put all those items in a separate package, right?
Yes, ma'am.
That you don't want to put a suspect's shoe in the same place with a victim's pair of pants, right?
That's correct.
You don't want to put more than one item in a bag because that too can cause contamination.
That's correct.
All right, so when we store the evidence, we want to make sure it's stored in a secure place, right?
Yes, ma'am.
And we also don't want to store evidence from a suspect and evidence from a victim in the same place either, do we?
I don't understand your question.
I'll try to ask a better one.
Okay.
All right, when we store evidence in the evidence locker,
Mhm.
it would be the better practice not to have any evidence related to the suspect in close proximity to any evidence related to the decedent.
No, ma'am. I mean, they're both everything is in its own bag. Everything is sealed before it ever goes into a locker.
All right, so let's talk about the evidence collection in this case. You were asked to participate in the investigation of this case, right?
Yes, ma'am.
And so you went out to the scene and documented what was going on at the scene.
Yes, ma'am.
Now, I believe earlier you testified that there was an image of the box on the steps.
Yes, ma'am.
You photographed that at the scene
Yes, ma'am.
and you took that into evidence?
No, ma'am.
I thought you testified earlier that you took that and handed it off to Paige Dovines.
That was on the 15th of December. That was not on the day that that picture was taken.
Okay, so who actually collected that evidence?
I'm not sure.
And do you know how it got to Paige Dovines?
The day that I met with the victim's mother and her attorney is the day that it got to Paige Dobines.
So now is your testimony that when this was, that evidence was not seized at the time?
It was not seized the day that that picture was taken. No, ma'am, not by me.
And to your knowledge, was that seized by any law enforcement officer on that day?
I'm not sure.
But you do know that you met with the sheriff, or in the sheriff's office with Paige Dovines, Athena's mother, Miss Gandy, and Miss Gandy's attorney, Mr. Varghese, is that correct?
That's correct.
And it was Mr. Varghese who is the one who provided that package to the sheriff.
That's correct.
And on what date was that?
So 12/15.
So that was 13 or 15, 16 days after that photo was taken?
Yes.
Part of your job in this case was also to serve a warrant on Mr. Horner at the jail. Do you remember that?
Yes, ma'am.
Your job was to collect his DNA,
No, ma'am.
or to collect a buccal swab. for
No, ma'am.
the,
That was not me.
Okay, so you were present when the buccal swab was
No,
collected?
ma'am. I was not.
Who was present when?
I can't answer that. I don't know.
So, but you did process Mr. Horner, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
And you took photos of him?
On 12/2. Yes, ma'am.
During the time that you took photos of him, he didn't try to fight you, did he?
No.
Didn't resist you in any way?
No.
Didn't try to commit any act of violence against you?
No.
He was cooperative.
Yes, ma'am.
Again, didn't cuss or yell at you?
No, ma'am.
He just did everything that he asked, or that you asked him to do, correct?
There was some resistance, but yes, ma'am. In the end, it was okay. Yes, ma'am.
But at the end of the day, he respected your authority as a person from the sheriff's office.
Yes, ma'am.
How long were you with the sheriff's department?
At its entirety,
Yes.
a little over 2 years.
During that time, were you ever involved in what we call an evidence view, where the defense attorneys come in and view the evidence that was collected in a case?
No, ma'am.
Are you aware that there are times when defense attorneys want to come in and collect evidence, view the evidence that was collected in a case?
I've heard of such, but I don't know what they are. Yes, ma'am.
Your Honor, we might be able to break here, because I understand there's lunch.
They're not here yet, so let's.
Oh, okay. May I approach the court reporter?
Yes.
I'm gonna hand you what has been marked as, or offered in evidence as State's Exhibits number 120 through 122. Did you take these items, or did you process these items and collect them as evidence in this case?
No, ma'am. Let me refer to my report, please, if you don't mind.
Okay.
That was collected by the FBI ERT team.
All right, so I want to. May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes, ma'am.
going to hand you what has been marked as defendant's exhibits number 11 through 15, and I'd like you to take a look at this, please. Now, on defense exhibit number 11, does your name appear on that as receiving this evidence or having anything to do with the evidence that was included in this?
Yes, so this tag states that I received it from the FBI and put it into our RMS system at the sheriff's office.
All right, so I'd like you to take a look at defense 12 through 15, and look at states 120 through 122.
Okay. I'm not sure what I'm looking at.
Do those appear to be the same items?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, defense offers defense exhibits 11 through 15, and I have given copies to the state too.
Defense exhibits 11 through 15 are admitted.
No publisher on it?
Yes.
Okay, so I'm going to cut to the chase on this one, Miss Amy. When we are looking at All right, so let's take a look at defense exhibit. Oh, there we go. Now it's working. I'm sorry, I'm not very technologically advanced. All right, so we're looking at the evidence bag, and this is the evidence bag that would have been given to you to place in the locker.
Yes, ma'am.
And it shows the handwriting and the chain of custody from whoever collected the evidence.
Yes, ma'am.
Now, we talked about the importance of using protective gear when looking at evidence. And you talked about the importance of having a clean surface and having butcher paper between the item and the surface. In states or defense exhibits number 13, 14, and 15, do you see any butcher paper on the table?
No, ma'am.
And it's important to have butcher paper on the table because that can produce the possibility of cross-contamination, correct?
Yeah, I can't answer why they didn't put it down. I mean, I wasn't there for that.
But I'm saying that it's important to have it there to reduce the chance of cross-contamination.
Yes, ma'am.
So evidence that was left on the table that has not been either sterilized or that doesn't have butcher paper, or if an officer didn't change his gloves routinely, as in between every item, there's a possibility that this piece of evidence could become contaminated.
It's possible. Yes, ma'am.
I'm going to hand you what has been marked as defense exhibits 23 through 28. That right, Ron?
Yeah.
Miss Amy, if you'll look at 23 to 28, I'd like you to
Do you recognize 23 to 28?
Yes, ma'am.
We'll offer defense 23 to 28. I have given you copies of all of them that we were. Oh, I'm sorry.
Your Honor, we're gonna object to these unless it's stated by the defendant exactly when these were taken. Because it's our belief they were taken at the evidence review when the defendant was there and none of these items were tested.
You need to lay the proper predicate. The objection sustained.
All right, so when, you know what, Judge, I'll hold this off and I'll talk to Mr. Yarrow about it.
Okay.
But I will talk to you about what happened with the paneling, because you were present with the paneling. And may I approach?
Yes.
I'm gonna hand you what's been marked as defense exhibits 29 and 30. Is that your handwriting on the first one?
Yes, ma'am.
And so do you recognize your handwriting and the
Yes, ma'am.
description of the item?
Yes, ma'am.
When you package something and when you store evidence, you would agree with me that it's important to store it in such a way that it does not become destroyed or tampered with or any way changed.
That's correct.
And so when you store something, you want to make sure that it's not in any water, not in any other liquid, because that could cause contamination, correct?
Sure.
I want you to look at defense exhibit number 30. Let's sneeze, I'm sorry. Your Honor, I'm going to offer, or do you recognize state's exhibit number, or defense exhibit number 30?
I don't.
Okay. And I will, let me get another one for you.
Okay.
When you processed the van, was it just you or who else was involved?
Sergeant Brett Yarrow.
I'm sorry?
Sergeant Brett Yarrow.
Okay, then I'll hold off on these until Mr. Yarrow takes the stand. Miss Amy, the last thing that I really want to talk to you about is your disciplinary action that you had with the Weiss County Sheriffs. You had been accused of not telling the truth to your superior officer about who had taken those photos, right?
Yes, ma'am.
And so you had received a complaint, and that was just one of the incidents that was listed, right?
The complaint about the pictures?
Yes.
That was the only.
If we're gonna go outside the court's ruling on this.
Well, let me see where we're going. Go ahead.
So as a part of your complaint, you were accused of violating rule of conduct regarding truthfulness, correct?
That's correct.
You were given the opportunity to provide a response to that complaint, right?
That's correct.
After you provided the response, you had a chance to sit down with your captain at the time, is that right?
Yeah, I believe so. Yes, ma'am. I'm not for sure.
And then after you met with that captain, you were given the opportunity to revise your response regarding the truthfulness, correct?
That's correct.
You revised that response, right?
Yes, ma'am.
And you admitted during the revised response that you had in fact not been truthful.
Yes, ma'am.
I'm sorry, Ms. Amy, I just want to go back. Were you the one that had processed the arrest van?
I assisted the FBI. I did not physically process.
Okay.
No, no.
Did you take any items from the arrest van into custody?
Whatever the FBI ERT team collected, they collected it, and I walked it to our CSI locker.
Were you observing the collection of that evidence?
Yes, ma'am.
So when you were with the arrest van, one of the items that they collected was a backpack, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
And that was a Dragon Ball Z backpack?
Yes, ma'am.
I have nothing further at this time, Your Honor.
Redirect.
Just got a couple of questions. I'm going to show you State's Exhibit 8, which has already been admitted into evidence. Can you change that back, please? This picture that you took on the scene of this box, Deputy Amy, I'm gonna have you read that middle number on the box. What's that middle number on the box right there under TRK number? What's that number?
6184-8685-6845.
Let me show you States 156. Is that the same number?
Yes, sir.
Same box?
Yes, sir.
Same box as you took a picture of? It was provided to you later on by an attorney and Mrs. Gandy, mother of Athena Strand.
Yes.
No further on.
Ms. Anderson?
When you took the photos at the scene, was the box open?
At the house?
At the house, yes.
No, ma'am.
And when you took the photo at the sheriff's department after that box had been delivered, when it was received, had it been opened?
May I look at these pictures one more time? Yes, ma'am.
Nothing further.
Mr. State?
None further on.
May Ms. Amy be excused subject to any potential recall?
Found state, Your Honor.
Good with the defense?
Yes, Your Honor.
Thank you, ma'am. I expect that. Your lunch is here, so we'll start up at 12:45, okay? See you then.
All right. So what do you guys think about her disciplinary coming in? I'm glad that the state went ahead and brought it up before the defense had an opportunity to. Does that make you guys feel any different about how she conducted herself with this investigation and this collecting of evidence for this case? I'll give you a little back brief, Carol. The state brought up in one of the other cases that Miss Amy was in charge of collecting evidence for. Evidently, one of her superiors advised her that the intern that she had with her was not to take pictures at that scene. However, she did allow for the intern to take a handful of pictures. When the complaint was filed, she responded, and she initially lied and told them that that was not the case. However, after given the opportunity to revise that, she did come clean and say that she had allowed the intern to take the handful of photos at that scene. Now, this was not Athena's scene. or any of the evidence that had to deal with Athena's case. This was another red room case that they were processing in Wise County. However, she received disciplinary action. She was not fired. She was allowed to resign. But that brings up a question of, does that make you guys feel any different to how credible her um, evidence collection was in this particular case? Do you guys feel like that changes anything that you guys have heard about how she collected her evidence? Now, keep in mind, she did say that they do not do collection evidence by themselves. So they always have someone else with them, not justifying what she did by no means. I'm not saying, oh, well, she had somebody else with her, so it's okay. It's not what I'm saying. I'm just saying, keep in mind that she does have someone that is always with her, so she is not alone when collecting this evidence. But does that make you feel any different about her credibility with the collection of evidence and overseeing of the evidence that she did take a part in this particular case? I say I kind of have to agree with you guys. They didn't have any other disciplinary actions taken against her. I don't like that at first she kind of lied and said that didn't happen. Although she kind of had to know, with these type of cases, that the truth will come out, because you have these type of cases that do most likely go to trial. So someone has to get up there and testify and to what they have gathered, and I think that that's important. But I don't feel that anything that she did with this case, um, her credibility changed in my mind. Like I said, I can only speak for myself, and that's in my opinion, of course. I don't know how the jurors feel about it. Does make me wonder how they feel about it. But if there were any hiccups that happened with this collection of evidence, I am sure it would have come out, and nothing came out. So I guess we just have to wait and see what her field training officer, Officer Yarrow, I believe is who she said was her field training officer. I guess we will have to wait and see when this officer gets on the stand and kind of talks about their collection of evidence and being a part in that. And we'll just kind of go from here. Right now, they are taking their lunch break. I do have a few things that June did put in for us to kind of go over. There was a couple of things that she put in as a couple of hearings or things like that. And then we also have the Shelby Neely does not start till 12:30 Central Standard Time. So I figure we'll just go into one of these others. I'll get that pulled up here in just a second. I'm just reading through the comments. Carol, are you talking about the DeMorris Hunter trial? We are still talking about the Texas versus Tanner Horner. So I think maybe you might be discussing the DeMorris Hunter trial, and this particular crime scene person was not. I don't believe was on that. She was doing processing of evidence for this particular trial in Texas. Um, I agree with you, Ari. She got up there on the stand. She told the truth. You know that couldn't have been easy. Um, I agree. She wasn't deceptive on the stand. She didn't try to um, hide it. She was very honest on the stand. She asked a question. She seemed very truthful. So I agree. She allowed for the intern to take the pictures, and that probably wasn't, the best thing to do. But at the same time, if you put yourself in their shoes, they kind of want to give those um, people in training an opportunity to kind of learn on the job. And I'm not saying it made it right. She was still given her orders by her superiors on, what was supposed to happen that day. But you ca- you kind of think about what was she thinking in that moment, and she uh, probably saw it as well. I'm overseeing it. So but I'm with you. To me, she still seemed very credible. She made a boo boo, and she made a mistake. She's learned from it. And I think it says a lot too, that they did not fire her, that she was allowed to resign. So that says a lot as well. Oh, Carol, it's okay. We watch several trials and we go back and forth, and sometimes I get them mixed up and kind of get the um, testimony and things confused. I'm talking about one and speaking about the other. It's all good, all good. Oh no, hun. If you need to take a nap and get you some sleep, you can always hit us up when you wake up from your nap, or you can pick us up on the rewatch crew. I hope that you were able to get your project completed. Um, but I am sorry that you have not been able to go to sleep. All right, we've got the fillers that Miss June put in for us. Since we have a little bit, probably at least a good 45 minutes to an hour, depending on if they come back on time. I'm going to go ahead and play this for us. You guys feel free, grab you a snack, grab you a drink, um, and stretch a little bit if you need to. By all means, I'm going to get us in here. This is trial dates are set in Twisted Microsoft Executives Red Room case.
Your Honor, Kristen Stifler on behalf of the state. We're here on number 7, Mario Fernandez, and number 8, Shanna Gardner. Next of kin is present on Zoom.
Does anyone know who Giorene Tanner is?
No, ma'am.
All right, good morning.
Good morning, Your Honor. My name is Jesse Dreiser. I represent Mr. Fernandez, along with Mr. Hill, Ms. Day, and Mr. Tassoni, who's present on Zoom.
Good morning.
Good morning.
And I know there's counsel present via Zoom.
Yes, Your Honor, Michelle Medina on behalf of Ms. Gardner as well as Kirsten Nelson.
I'm sorry, I didn't catch the name.
Kirsten Nelson, she's also on the line.
All right, thank you very much.
Thank you.
And Your Honor, we have discussed with counsel for both teams. The state is planning to proceed with the separate trials as we always had planned, 2 separate juries. We're going to hold the trials back to back instead of simultaneously in looking at the order of proof. It's in the state's interest to do so. So we have cleared that with both teams. They are in agreement. We'll ask the court for a follow-up logistics meeting at some point in the next couple of weeks to discuss some ideas we have and finalize scheduling.
That's correct, Your Honor.
All right, so start from the top because this is different than what we talked about in the other meeting.
Yes, ma'am. And circumstances have changed since that meeting with the co-defendant withdrawing his plea and no longer testifying as a state witness. We believe that we can try Mr. Fernandez's case in about a week and a half, Ms. Gardner's case in about 2 weeks.
Picking the juries at the same time or not at the same time?
That is the state's hope. I don't believe the defense teams are in agreement with that. So we would plan to pick Mr. Fernandez's jury, try his case, and pick Ms. Gardner's jury at the conclusion of his case, try her case. We discussed with Mr. Dreiser this morning some ideas we have. We can float to the other team and discuss with the court about ways to ensure that potential jurors are not exposed to media unnecessarily, either through bringing panels in at the start and releasing them for 2 weeks and ordering them not to view media, or perhaps through summons, some kind of court order in their summons or some instructions in their summonses. But we can discuss that with the teams further and give the court our ideas.
But it will be 2 separate juries.
It's always
right.
It's going to be 2 separate.
Just so that's clear.
Yes.
No, I always thought that.
Oh, no, I'm sorry.
But
We'll have 2 separate jury selections.
yeah, okay. And then Ms. Stifler is saying,
I don't know what that hope stuff about. We had an agreement that there's going to be 2 separate jury selections.
Yes, that is the agreement. We have some ideas. We will discuss them amongst each other, and we'd like a meeting with the court.
okay, can I hear from the attorneys from Ms. Gardner?
Good morning, Your Honor. I wasn't privy to the conversations. I believe Ms. Menashe was in contact with the state with regards to this topic, but it is our understanding, just like Mr. Dreiser indicated, that we would be in agreement with a severance and with 2 separate jury selections right after the conclusion of Mr. Fernandez's trial.
Ms. Menashe did email us acknowledging Ms. Gardner's team's agreement with this plan.
And we were privy to that as well. We were all on the same communication.
Okay, so let me look at my calendar, okay? Mr. Hathaway, so right now we have set aside August 10th for jury selection, right?
Yes, Your Honor.
Can I ask this? So initially, the court schedule was August 10th, jury selection in both cases. And I was going to set aside the entire week, meaning that if you all were able to select a jury earlier, I would still leave the time, meaning break the trial, then start the trial the following week. Is that still y'all's thought?
Yes, Your Honor.
So then the trial of Mr. Fernandez would begin. So the jury selection would be August 10th. His trial would be August 17th through the week of the 24th.
Yes, Your Honor.
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay. Did you all discuss sealing or non-sealing?
We did not, but I assume it would proceed as a normal trial.
Okay, I'll discuss that matter later, but so as to not impact the second jury, my suggestion would be to seal and then publish at the same time. And then just summon the other jury when the other case concludes. They wouldn't be sequestered. They'd already reached a verdict. Then I would seal the verdict until the other case concludes. And then I publish both at the same time.
Certainly, we can discuss that. My concern actually was not with the jury being sequestered, and I appreciate that they wouldn't, but my concern is that if Mr. Fernandez is found not guilty, he's staying in custody for an additional 2 or 3 weeks. That does concern me, and I'd like to at least research that and have a more finite discussion on that when we do our logistics meeting. I'm not saying I don't agree. I'm not saying I agree either. I see some concern.
So there's if you want me to publish, then what I would do is I would set aside more time for Ms. Gardner for jury selection and some more jurors. If you don't want to seal it, I understand your concern. So if you don't want to seal it, then I double the amount of Ms. Gardner's jury panel. And then I'd set aside more time to pick her jury because it would take longer.
That's something that we can all consider and let Your Honor know which we prefer.
Well, I'm going to do it now. I'm done with this. I'm going to do it now. I'm going to reserve the time now because my calendar is filling up. When I cleared those dates, I started setting trials. So I don't want to try to scramble around and move trials in other cases. So I'm going to do it now. So this is my thought. Okay. So
that's fine.
What's fine?
That we make the decision now and that we are sticking with our proposal that
don't seal.
That we don't seal.
All right. It'll just make the second case harder to pick.
I'm sorry.
That's not your fault. I'm just saying, I need to logistically plan for that. I can't try to crunch it and then not have enough time. That is a nightmare. It's better to reserve more time and not need it than need the time and not reserve it. So, Mr. Hathaway, stick with me, okay?
Yes, Your Honor.
August 10th will be the full week. That is August 10th through August 14th will be the jury selection in the state versus Mario Fernandez, okay? His trial will be scheduled August 17th through August 28th, okay? If you all finish early, okay. I can meet with the Gardner case if need be to handle any issues that may or may not arise. Okay, if you don't, then you'll have the time. Then Shanna Gardner's case, and you all, Ms. Medina, speak up, okay, if this is not acceptable. My thought would be that we would schedule her jury selection the entire week, working full days in that case, August 31st through September 4th. It's actually good because September 7th is a holiday, and if we don't finish, I can bring up the court. Normally we would completely be down, but if we needed the extra day, it would be built in. Then I can always bring up, and I could also, if it becomes a true issue, I can work into the weekend. I'll ask the chief judge for that permission. Okay. And then, it will be a week. Again, if you all finish early, great. You'll have the time to work. If you don't, then we'll have the weekend into the holiday weekend. Okay. And then we would start the trial September 8th. And what's the thought between the parties of how long Ms. Gardner would take? A week, 2 weeks?
I think 2 weeks. Yes, Your Honor, until the 18th, if you want to block that off. I have a better sense from the Fernandez team about how long the trial will take than I do from the Gardner team. I will talk to them if we need additional time. If they think they're going to need additional time for their case, they can let me know and we can let the court know.
I can always take, I'm sorry, go ahead, Ms. Medina.
Yeah, I personally would rather be conservative and ask for 3.
Okay.
Just to be safe.
I can always take it off.
Yes, we can book it through the 23rd.
All right. So are you still with me, Mr. Hathaway?
Yes, Your Honor.
So jury selection, August 31st through the 4th. Gardner's trial, September 8th through September 25th. Okay.
And Your Honor, a number of jurors for each panel?
Give me a second to do some math. Okay.
Oh.
250 for Mr. Fernandez. Do y'all have any objections to that? I would summon them in 100 panels, like 100 jurors at a time.
That's fine, Your Honor. Certainly don't need more than that.
That's very I think a conservative estimate. I don't think we'll need that many.
250.
I'm in agreement.
All right. For Gardner, 500, 100 every single day. So it'd be 50 in the morning, 50 in the afternoon, 50 in the morning, 50 in the afternoon until we get a set panel that you all agree to. If we get to the questioning panel, I'd excuse the other ones. Okay. So it would be the same plan, meaning we would spend essentially the first days using high publicity hardships only so we can get through the panels. It would be 50 in the morning, 50 in the afternoon, 50 in the morning until we get to the seated panel. And then those that aren't excused for those reasons would get a questionnaire to fill out before they leave. And then they would be coming back on the day if we get an idea of how many jurors. Okay. And I'll work that out at a later date. So 500 for Ms. Gardner, 250 for Mr. Fernandez.
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay. All right. You want to keep the other dates?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay.
We have, just for the court's information, we have depositions set. We've taken a couple rounds since our last court date. We have depositions tomorrow, April 13th, April 16th, April 23rd, 24th, 29th, 30th, and May 4th. And then we have a motion deadline this Friday, as well as time set aside the week of May 11th. The 13th, we have Mr. Fernandez's motion set. and I will get with Ms. Schlax about setting Mr. Tennant's motion that week as well.
Okay.
I've not received the Gardner motions yet.
I'm sorry, Your Honor. We had no indications that there was a motions deadline for this Friday. We had a date for May 4th for evidentiary hearings, but I was having difficulties finding anything written.
No,
It was.
I think it was just verbal agreement, Ms. Medina. So it wasn't anything. Okay. I think we just discussed it so that you all would have the time. So I'm not sure if you all are contemplating any evidentiary motions.
We are.
Okay. How long do you think you need?
I see. I would say at least a week, Your Honor.
That's fine
To
with
be
the
able to
state.
follow them.
Okay. I want to give the state whatever you file. I want to be able to, because we were going to handle it that time in May. But obviously I've got, this case is a priority. So if y'all needed more time or a different date, I would make the time. So why don't y'all discuss it? And we can come back if you want, or you can just let me know.
Okay, will do. Thank you.
What do you want to do?
I will get, I can get back to the court today.
Sure, I'll speak with Ms. Medina. If they can get me their motions by next week, that should be sufficient time for me to get whatever witnesses I need and prepare. I mean, I have 3 different defendants and 3 different motions, so I would like time to make sure I'm prepared for all 3 defendants' motions with whatever necessary witnesses I need. But if she's asking for the end of next week, that should be fine.
Okay. All right. Well, let me know if something changes.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
Of course, of course.
So what's the next date, Mr. Hathaway?
Your Honor, the 13th for Mr. Fernandez is our hearing on motion date.
May 13th, yes.
Do you want to just go to that date? Is that fine?
We can for Fernandez, and for Gardner, we can do we had a May 4th to be set, I believe.
Right.
When I receive her motion, maybe we could coordinate a date certain and email the court.
I'm okay with that.
Are you still in trial with Judge Fine?
So that is, we're in talks right now, Your Honor, with the state.
Okay. Because I thought
Unfortunately, the judge has not set dates yet for arguing motions, but all that has been submitted. So we're just waiting for a date on that. And then I'm sure by that point, the judge is going to want to know whether it's going to proceed on the 27th or not.
On the 27th. Okay.
Yeah.
So.
And it's still a death case.
All right. So what do you want to do about, I don't want to conflict with his schedule. That is when Judge Fine are teaching together. I do have that date. So we're teaching together on the 18th through the 22nd. So we'll both be out that week. And then I guess he's coming back to that trial on the 26th or 27th.
27th.
Ms. Medina.
So it would have to be, I guess, the week of, hold on. So the week of the 11th?
Right. Do you want me to call him?
Sure. That would be helpful because we still don't have a status, like I said, a status date on that.
All right, court will be in recess. Yes.
All right. Well, she straight up said, you want me to just call him? She's going to give him a call. So we have that. I noticed June did have that marked. We do have those dates down. We will keep you guys advised of those dates as best that we know them. We are tracking these trials, and we'll continue to do so. The next one that I have that we have in here is the social media feud. Woman sentenced 15 to 20. So let me get this one queued up for you guys, and I'm still monitoring the courtroom. They are still on their lunch break. And as soon as they get back, I will get you guys back into the courtroom for the Texas versus Tanner Horner.
For Ms. Parch. And before we get underway, I'm going to address everyone. I want to speak to everyone who's here in the courtroom. This is a hard day. It's a hard day for everybody who's here. And I know that, and I appreciate that. And I'm thanking you in advance for the respect that I know that everyone will show to this court and the respect that they will show to this process, this very important process. I know that everyone will act with dignity and with grace for this very important matter, but I know that when we take a change of plea, it can be very emotional. It's an emotional time, as it should be. But I'm going to say it again. I expect everyone to maintain their dignity, their grace, and respect for this court. And I thank you in advance for what I know will be the respect you will show. I will not tolerate any talking in the courtroom. I will not tolerate any gesturing or words given other than when you come to talk to me, to tell me about the loss of your loved one. And I want to make very clear that if anyone decides not to abide by my instructions, that there will be consequences that will flow. But again, it's important that you're here. It's important that we're all here. And I'm thanking you in advance for what I know will be the dignity, the respect with which you will maintain the dignity of this courtroom. Commonwealth, are there any charge concessions as a result of this decision to change a plea?
Yes, Your Honor. Assuming that the defendant decides to change her plea, the Commonwealth would be reducing the charge to so much of the indictment as charges manslaughter.
Thank you very much. Mr. Miller?
That's correct.
Does the defendant wish to change her plea at this time?
Yes.
Is that your understanding of the charge concession?
Yes.
Madam Clerk, you may take the plea.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you very much.
Ms. Parch, if you could please stand. Ma'am, as to indictment number 23-84-00526, do you wish to change your plea from not guilty to guilty?
Yes.
How do you plead to so much of the indictment as it charges you with offense 001 with manslaughter?
Guilty.
To the best of your ability, can you please raise your right hand? Do you solemnly swear to make true answers to the questions put to you by the court in the matter now in hearing, so help you God?
Yes, I do.
Please have a seat and please bring the microphone as close as possible to you.
Ms. Parch, I'm going to let you sit while you and I have this conversation. The reason for that is I need to make sure that you're being recorded, that we have a clear record of these proceedings. So stay close to that microphone, as close as you can get. Keep your voice up because I need to hear you, and close to the microphone because it will also amplify and record your voice. Do you understand?
Yes, Your Honor.
Ms. Parch, tell me your first name and your last name.
Alyssa Parch.
Ms. Parch, do you have any difficulty in speaking or in understanding English?
No, Your Honor.
Ms. Parch, as you know, I'm Judge Ames. I'm a justice of the Superior Court. Before I can accept your offer to plead guilty to this indictment, I must ask you some questions. I must make sure that your decision to plead guilty is voluntary and that you understand the consequences of your guilty plea. So If you don't understand a question I ask you, you let me know. I'll rephrase it. If I don't understand your answer, I will ask you some further questions. Understood?
Yes, Your Honor.
How old are you?
33 years old.
What is your date of birth?
2/18/93.
Are you married or single?
Single.
Do you have any children?
No.
How far did you go in school?
12th grade.
When was the last time that you had work?
Right before this.
What kind of work were you doing?
I was a manager.
Of?
A coffee shop.
Was that full time?
Yes.
Have you ever been treated for any mental illness or mental condition?
No.
Are you aware of any mental illness or mental condition that you might now have?
No.
Did you take any medication before you came to court today?
No.
Are you under the influence of any drug today?
No.
Did you consume any alcohol or any alcoholic beverages before you came to court today?
No.
Are you under the influence of alcohol today?
No.
Do you understand that in this case, you were originally charged with an indictment alleging murder in the second degree, but the Commonwealth is moving only on so much of that indictment as alleges manslaughter? Do you understand that that is what you are charged with in this case?
Yes.
Have you had the opportunity and have you talked to Attorney Miller about this indictment?
Yes.
Has he explained it to you?
Yes.
Do you understand it?
Yes.
Are you now offering to plead guilty to so much of this indictment as alleges manslaughter?
Yes.
Commonwealth maximum penalty.
Maximum penalty for manslaughter is 20 years in state prison.
Ms. Parch, do you understand that the maximum penalty for the offense that you're charged with and that you are pleading guilty to is 20 years in state's prison, and that I am authorized to impose that sentence upon you?
Yes.
Do you understand that as the judge, if there were ever a period of probation on any indictment, and if later you were found in violation of the probation, then at that time, either I or a different judge would have the authority to sentence you up to the maximum penalty. Do you understand?
Yes.
Understanding that I have the power and the authority to impose up to the maximum sentence allowed by law, to impose a sentence later if you were ever found in violation of any probation, are you still willing to plead guilty to this indictment?
Yes, Your Honor.
Do you understand that by pleading guilty, you're giving up your right to have a fair and impartial trial as to this indictment, with or without a jury to determine your guilt or innocence? Do you understand?
Yes.
Are you willing to give up that right?
Yes.
Do you understand that if you went to trial, you would not have to prove your innocence? Instead, the Commonwealth would have to prove your guilt beyond a reasonable doubt. And at trial, you could not be forced to testify against yourself. Do you understand?
Yes.
Do you understand that by pleading guilty here today, you're giving up that right? And in effect, you are testifying against yourself by admitting your own guilt. Do you understand?
Yes.
Are you willing to do so?
Yes.
Do you understand that if you went to trial, you would have a right to face your accusers, to face and to question anyone presented during the trial of this case? And do you understand you could, if you wanted to, at trial, you could present your own witnesses, you could present your own evidence, and you could testify on your own behalf? Do you understand?
Yes.
Now, do you understand that by pleading guilty, you're giving up each of these rights?
Yes.
Are you willing to do so?
Yes, Your Honor.
Do you understand that by pleading guilty here today, you are giving up your right to pursue any arguments or any motions that your attorney may have made or filed on your behalf in this case, and you are giving up your right to appeal any rulings or decisions made against you? Do you understand?
Yes.
You willing to give up those rights?
Yes.
I'm now going to call upon Assistant District Attorney Tolbert, and I'm going to ask her to tell the court what a summary of the evidence would be if this case were presented to a jury. Now, I do this for two reasons. Before I can accept your plea of guilty to this indictment, I must be sure there's a factual basis in the evidence for the indictment, and I must be absolutely certain that you understand, that you accept, and that you agree with the facts and the evidence that would be presented against you. Do you understand?
Yes.
Commonwealth, kindly put in a summary of the evidence.
Thank you, Your Honor. This matter proceeded to trial. The Commonwealth would anticipate the evidence would show that around 11:30 p.m. on July 20th, 2023, victim Jezriana Shepard was in the Boston Common area near the Brewers Fountain with a friend. Both witness testimony and documentary evidence indicate that prior to the night of July 20th, 2023, the defendant and Ms. Shepard had engaged in a series of social media exchanges back and forth where the defendant threatened the victim and was seeking to entice her to a physical fight. Evidence indicates that the two had not met in person prior to the evening of July 20th, 2023. On that night, both the defendant and Ms. Shepard were in the park area. Around 11:30, they encountered each other near the Park Street MBTA pavilion. Video shows that the defendant had a knife brandished in her hands as she approached Ms. Shepard. Video also indicates that at this time, Ms. Shepard was unarmed as Ms. Parch approached her. Witness testimony and video indicates that the two engaged in a physical altercation during which the defendant stabbed the victim several times in the face, head, and torso. Large components of this altercation, though not all of them, are captured on surveillance video in the area. The defendant then fled the scene through the MBTA system. Ms. Shepard was transported via Boston EMS to Tufts Medical Center in critical condition. She later died from her injuries. During a subsequent autopsy, the medical examiner opined that the cause of death for Ms. Shepard was hypoxic ischemic encephalopathy due to hemorrhage and sharp force injuries, including stab wound to the heart.
Homicide.
Correct.
Manner of death was homicide.
Manner of death was homicide. Cause, as I stated. The defendant was identified both by eyewitnesses as well as through digital evidence and later placed herself in the area during a recorded Mirandized interview.
Thank you, Attorney Tolbert. Ms. Parch, did you hear the facts stated to the court just now?
Yes, Your Honor.
Did you understand what she was saying?
Yes, Your Honor.
And did you in fact do the acts and things described to the court just now?
Yes, Your Honor.
Did you in fact stab and kill Ms. Shepard?
Yes, Your Honor.
Do you understand that by pleading guilty, you are admitting that the facts told to the court just now are true?
Yes.
Are there any facts that you say are different from what you just heard?
No.
Do you now plead guilty to these indictments willingly?
Yes.
Do you plead guilty of your own free will?
Yes.
Do you plead guilty to these indictments voluntarily?
Yes.
Has anyone forced you to make you plead guilty?
No.
Has anyone threatened you to make you plead guilty?
No.
Has anyone promised you anything for your guilty plea?
No.
Then have you had enough time to fully discuss your case, your rights, and your defenses, and the possible consequences of your guilty plea with Attorney Miller?
Yes.
Do you feel that Attorney Miller has acted in your very best interest in this case?
Yes.
Do you believe you've been fully, fairly, and adequately represented by Attorney Miller?
Yes.
Are you confused in any way by any of the questions I have just asked you?
No, Your Honor.
Then as I understand it, you are pleading guilty to this indictment because you are guilty for no other reason. Is that correct?
Yes.
I'm going to show you this document, and the document is entitled Waiver of Defendant's Rights. Have you seen it before?
Yes.
Did you read it?
Yes.
Did you review it with your attorney?
Yes.
Did you understand it?
Yes.
Do you understand that it sets forth in writing what you and I have been talking about this morning in terms of your willingness to waive your constitutional and your statutory rights and to plead guilty to this indictment?
Yes.
Is that your signature at the end of the document?
Yes, it is.
Did you sign it voluntarily?
Yes.
Attorney Miller, is that your signature at attorney's approval?
Yes, it is.
Did you fully and completely review the contents of the waiver with Ms. Parch? Are you confident she understood? Ms. Parch, I must first advise you that if you are not a citizen of the United States, my acceptance of your guilty plea to this indictment will mean that you will most likely be deported, and that is that your deportation is practically automatic or inevitable. And I must also advise you that if you are not a citizen of the United States, my acceptance of your guilty plea to this indictment may have the consequence of your exclusion from admission to the United States or denial of your naturalization, all pursuant to the laws of the United States. Do you understand what I have just explained to you?
Yes, Your Honor.
Attorney Miller also explained this to you.
Yes.
Has Attorney Miller fully advised you of the consequences of your guilty plea to this charge?
Yes.
And understanding what I have just said to you, are you still willing to plead guilty to this indictment?
Yes.
Do you understand that by pleading guilty to this indictment, you'll be required by law to submit a sample of your blood, hair, and/or saliva to the State Police Crime Lab. And do you understand that you'll be required to pay for the cost of collecting, preparing, and processing that sample unless you are determined to be indigent? And do you understand that failure to comply with this law may subject you to separate criminal penalties? And do you understand that your blood, hair, and/or saliva sample will become part of the Massachusetts DNA database? Have you understood everything that I have explained to you?
Yes.
And understanding what I have just told you, are you still willing to plead guilty to this indictment?
Yes.
Do you understand the conviction of this indictment implicates the Armed Career Criminal Statute? If you are convicted of illegally possessing a gun or ammunition in the future, then you would face a substantial prison term, and that is 3 to 15 years in state's prison if convicted of one prior violent crime or serious drug offense, 10 to 15 years in state's prison if convicted of 2 prior violent crimes or serious drug offenses, 15 to 20 years in state's prison if convicted of 3 prior violent crimes or serious drug offenses. Do you understand what I've just explained?
Yes.
And understanding what I have just told you, do you still wish to plead guilty to this charge?
Yes.
Do you understand that by pleading guilty to this indictment, if you are later convicted of or plead guilty to a third or subsequent offense of the same type, you may be sentenced to prison for the maximum time allowed by law for that offense, up to and including life in prison? And do you understand that by law, the latter sentence may not be reduced or suspended? And do you understand that with respect to the latter sentence, you might not be eligible for probation, parole, work release furlough, or deductions for good time credit while in prison? Do you understand what I've just told you?
Yes.
And understanding what I just explained to you, are you still willing to plead guilty to these charges?
Yes.
Counsel, at any time during your representation of Ms. Parch, have you had any difficulty in speaking with or communicating or understanding her?
No, Your Honor.
Have you had a full opportunity to review and consider the Commonwealth's evidence in the case?
I have.
Are you satisfied that there's a factual basis in the Commonwealth's evidence for the indictment brought against her?
Yes.
Have you explained to her each of the elements of the indictment that have been brought against her?
Yes.
Have you discussed this case, her rights, her defenses, and the possible consequences of her guilty plea?
Yes.
And are you satisfied as counsel for Alyssa Parch that her plea of guilty to this indictment is made knowingly, willingly, intelligently, and voluntarily?
Yes.
I find the defendant, Alyssa Parch, is not presently under the influence of alcohol or drugs. I find that she has reported that she is not presently suffering from any mental illness or condition. All of my observations throughout the course of our conversation support these findings. I find the defendant's change of plea to guilty with respect to the indictment pending against her is made knowingly, willingly, intelligently, and voluntarily, and with full knowledge of the consequences. And I find that the defendant's change of plea to guilty is also made with and upon the advice of competent counsel. I find there is a factual basis in Ms. Parch's plea of guilty to this indictment in the evidence summarized to the court by Assistant District Attorney Tolbert on behalf of the Commonwealth. And I find the defendant fully understands that if she is not a citizen of the United States, her conviction on this charge will mean that she will definitely or very likely be deported. And I find that she fully understands the consequences of the Armed Career Criminal Act and habitual offender law as they apply in this circumstance. And accordingly, I now accept the defendant's plea of guilty to this indictment. Commonwealth, have you advised the family of Ms. Shepard of the defendant's offer to change her plea to guilty?
I have.
And have you advised the family of Ms. Shepard of the sentencing recommendation being made?
I have.
And have you advised the family of their right to address the court prior to and in connection with my sentencing of the defendant?
I have, Your Honor.
Commonwealth, do you move for sentencing?
The Commonwealth moves for sentencing.
Commonwealth has moved for sentencing. And the court has accepted the defendant's plea of guilty to these indictments. Commonwealth, are there any members of Ms. Shepherd's family who wish to address the court?
There are several, Your Honor. I've also been handed a statement that a member of the family wishes me to read to the court, so I'll defer to the court as to the order in which you prefer to proceed.
Yeah, Commonwealth, I will leave that to your discretion. How do you wish to proceed?
I think we'll start with the family members who'd wish to address the court themselves, and then I'll end with the statement.
That certainly may be done. Who wishes to address the court?
We'll have Ms. Hayes have the first family member come up.
This way. Only, please. Come right up here. Anyone who's going to address the court, you're going to walk up here and have a seat here because you're addressing me. And so I want to be able to be close by so that I can hear your important statement. Good morning.
Good morning.
Tell me who you are. And you take your time.
I'm a very close family friend, and I'm here to speak for Jazz because she's not here to speak for herself right now. There's no words that can truly express the pain that our families live with every single day since you killed Jazz Rihanna. What was taken from us is not just a life, but a young woman who had her entire life and future ahead of her. A mother, a daughter, a person full of life who deserved a chance to grow and to love and continue to build her life. She was so young. She had so much more to experience, so many more memories to make, and so much more love to share, especially to her child. Her child was left without a mother, and it was intentional. She was harassed, targeted, and ultimately lost her life for nothing. You robbed her from the opportunity to continue being a mother. Her child is left behind to grow up without her, waking up every day missing her, and wanting her, and praying for her presence. A child should never have to live this kind of loss. The absence of his mother is something he will carry with him for the rest of his life. Our family continues to suffer not only for her loss, but from the ongoing pain that follows. To this day, we were still being harassed, and for each moment of that brings us right back to the day that we lost Jazz. There is no justification for what has been done. The evidence speaks for itself. And I don't see that she has any sign of remorse, which only hurts and makes the pain even deeper. Nothing would ever bring Jazz back. Nothing we could ever do or say. We don't have an opportunity to speak to her. Her son knows that she's resting in the ground. So this is a very serious matter, and this loss can never be justified. Her time will never equal the loss that we have to experience on a day-to-day basis. And her son deserves so much better, and Jazz deserved to be here today. She was killed, targeted by this woman for what reason I could never understand. So I'm glad she's going to jail. And I hope she thinks about Jazz Rihanna every single day. Because Jazz Rihanna was a beautiful, young, very successful woman. She was a beautiful mother. And she's going to be missed from us all the time.
Is that the statement that you've just read to me?
Do I have to give
Could
it
I
to you?
have it?
Sure.
Because what I'd like to do, ma'am, I'd really like to put this as part of our record.
Sure.
So that your words, these beautiful words for your friend, are forever remembered.
I appreciate that.
I'm so sorry for your loss.
I appreciate those words.
I appreciate that you're here today.
Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Madam Clerk, we'll mark this and this shall become a part of the record of this case.
Absolutely, Your Honor.
And a copy to probation as well. Commonwealth? Oh, it's a picture. Is that a picture? Yeah, that's very important. Yes, it is. Thank you. The other lady just forgot her phone. Yeah, of course. You take your time. Take your time, man. Thank you for coming up to speak with me. Would you tell me who you are, ma'am?
Jasmine's god sister.
God sister.
Mm-hmm.
Family by choice.
Definitely.
Right. Please tell me how this has affected you and your loved ones. You take your time. I'm here to hear this. You take your time. See, want me to read it? You want me to read it out loud? Jasrina was the brightest light in our family. Her smile was infectious. We love and miss her every day. Her son, Sahari, thank you, was her entire world. He shouldn't have to grow up without his mother. It's disheartening. May I keep this? I'm so sorry for your loss. I see it's overwhelming, and I can only ask that one day that you're able to have some peace. Thank you for being here today. Madam Clerk, I'm sorry for your loss, ma'am. Take your time.
Commonwealth?
They can have one moment.
Good morning.
Tell me who you are.
I'm Jasmine's brother,
What's your name?
Christian Valdez Gonzalez.
Thank you for being here, Mr. Gonzalez. I have to ask you, is that a picture of your sister?
Yes, that's
Could
me
I
and
see?
her.
That's the two of you?
Yes.
How long ago?
Like a year before this happened.
And the button, is that your sister too?
Yes.
What's it say?
It's just in loving memory with her name and her birthday and the day she passed away.
She's beautiful.
Thank you.
She looks like you.
Thank you.
You heard that before?
Yeah.
Please tell me.
I kind of wrote a little something. I said, Jajiana was my one and only biological sibling. She was loving, caring, and full of energy, an amazing mother to her son. Her tragic death impacted me to the extreme. I wouldn't wish this on anyone. Jajiana and I grew up fighting, but me and her were so close. In the beginning of 2023, me and my husband moved to Florida. I bought a house. I made sure she was good. before I left. Not even 6 months in, she was murdered. I got so many phone calls. I had to leave my home, my car, my family, my husband, everything in Florida, and move back to do what I have to do for my nephew and be there for my family. This is the first time I've cried in the 3 years that this whole situation has happened. Like, it bothers me every day. It messes with my friendships. I don't have no friends. I don't trust no one. No one. I don't know how I'm ever gonna recover from this. I don't know.
You've
I
had
don't.
such a loss.
Yes.
How close in age were you?
I'm 1998, she's 2001. Yeah, so
you're
3
close.
year. Yeah.
Real close.
Yeah.
Close relationship.
Very close. Very close.
I can see the pain in your eyes. I can see the pain in your heart. I'm so sorry for your loss. Losing a sibling. Until it happens, you don't understand.
Yeah.
And then losing someone to homicide. Until it happens, you don't understand.
Yes.
I'm very sorry. You have a beautiful family.
Thank you.
I hope you can stay close to them. And I know you're close to your nephew.
Yes.
Because I can see it. What's his name?
Zaraji.
Beautiful name. How old is he?
He's 5 now. Yes.
So he needs you.
Yes.
He needs his uncle.
Yes.
And you're there.
Yes.
I know you are. I can see it right in your eyes. I am so sorry for your loss.
Thank you. I really appreciate you.
It makes no sense. It makes no sense.
Yeah.
And the pain doesn't go away. I won't lie. I'm just so sorry for your loss.
Thank you.
But I appreciate your coming.
Yeah, I didn't want to.
You made
I really.
Jazz come alive for us. With your pictures and with your beautiful words.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you for being here.
I know mom and aunt are a little bit on the fence, so let me just.
They whatever is right for them. If Ms. Shepherd's mom wants to come and speak with me, very welcome to do so. But if you can't, I understand that too. So it's entirely up to you, ma'am. And if you want to come up with Ms. Shepherd's aunt, you can come together if that helps you. You don't have to, only if you feel like you can. You don't have to. Take your time. I'm glad you brought a picture. Hard as that is, I'm glad you brought that picture. Take your time. Oh, thank you.
Thank you. Yes. My sister. Yes.
I'm so sorry for the loss of your daughter. I can see how painful it's not right to outlive your children.
Yes. I never thought I would do this ever in my life. This is the worst nightmare ever, to bury my baby and my only daughter. And she's the only baby. She's the only girl. My mother has 7 kids, and they're all boys, and she was the only girl, and she got taken away from me. It's hard. I even moved out of Boston. I live in Pennsylvania. I moved out. I can't live around this. I can't. It hurts. It's too many memories, and it's more. I feel as though me staying away, I could have some kind of peace. Some kind of peace. It's hard. It's hard.
And it's a hard day. I know today's a hard day.
Yes.
Your daughter is absolutely beautiful.
Thank you, sir. Thank you.
I'm so glad you took a picture so I could see her. And you have a little grandson.
Yes, I do. He's the only one.
It's a blessing.
He's the only one.
You have a daughter Jazz with you.
Yes, I do.
In your life. What does your grandson call you?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yes.
So the blessing that you have, the piece of your daughter that you have, it's not the same thing, but it's a blessing in your life.
Yes, it is.
And you've got a beautiful, beautiful family. Your son,
My oldest.
you raised amazing children.
Thank you.
Amazing children. And I can't understand when things like this happen. So I know you can't understand when they happen. It makes no sense. So I'm so very, very sorry for the loss of your daughter.
Thank you.
And I hope that you're able someday to just cherish the memory and to find some peace. It's the most we can hope for, isn't it?
Yes, ma'am.
And you've got, that's your sister.
Yes.
Thank you for being here today.
Thank you.
I'm so sorry. Thank you for bringing her at church.
You're welcome.
Thank you for speaking with me.
You're welcome.
Thank you, ma'am.
What am I gonna say? But thank you. She's always gonna be my best friend, no matter what, no matter where she's at. She's always gonna look down on me. I'm the one that's raising her son, so I have the joy and the honor to see that little boy in her in so many ways that nobody imagines. It's just too much. It's been a journey.
Were you her favorite aunt?
Yes, I was her favorite aunt.
I already knew that. You'll miss her forever.
Always.
I know. You have a beautiful family. Thank you. Thank you.
There may be one more in person. At this
There's
point,
a statement I know that you were going to read. Would you do that, please?
thank you. To whom it may concern, my cousin Joshua Shepherd, known to us as Jazz, was a woman who faced many hardships and overcame each one with strength, resilience, and a warrior's heart. She was the kind of person who showed up for everyone, no matter the circumstance. I watched her build her house into a true home. When she became a mother, she flourished into someone extraordinary. Her son, Zuraji, was her entire world, and she lived every day for him. Jazz's passing has left a deep and lasting impact on me and our entire family. She was someone who constantly encouraged me to become the best version of myself. I will always remember the small, meaningful moments, like her making breakfast, her laughter, or the simple calls asking me to babysit. She had a way of making everyone feel loved and supported, no matter what they were going through. Her heart was poured into everyone around her. Since her death, I have been left with confusion, grief, and fear. I was born and raised in Boston, a city I have always called home. It's difficult to understand how something so tragic could happen in a place like downtown, an area filled with history, tourism, and a strong police presence. Knowing that someone capable of such violence was able to act so freely, and that my family has even received threats afterward, has left us living in fear, especially for the safety of her son. Our family continues to struggle with the reality that her life was taken so suddenly and senselessly. So Raji deserves his mother, and our family deserves the chance to see her continue to grow and thrive. While he is surrounded by love and care, there's no replacing the loss he will carry. Jazz's life mattered. She was not a headline or statistic. She was a daughter, a mother, a cousin, and a deeply loved human being. Our family is grieving a loss that will never fully heal. I carry her memory with me through the voicemails she left, the photos and videos I hold close, and the love she gave so freely. We ask for justice, not only for Jazz, but for her son, our family, and our community. No family should have to live in fear or feel that their loved one's life is overlooked. Every life matters, and Jazz's life deserves to be honored, with accountability and justice. Sincerely, Noemi Negron.
Thank you. May we have that and mark that with the other statements so that they may become a part of the permanent record in this matter. Commonwealth, I'll hear you.
Thank you, Your Honor. The Commonwealth's recommendation, given in light of the charge concession, is 15 to 20 years in state prison. It is the Commonwealth's view that this is a just and fair sentence. While nothing can ever address the harm that Alyssa Parch caused to Jazriana Shepard, her family, and her son, 15 to 20 years is the statutory maximum for a manslaughter charge. Given that Ms. Parch is willing to take accountability for the harm that she caused to Ms. Shepard and her family, the Commonwealth feels the maximum or near maximum penalty is a just and fair disposition in this matter. The Commonwealth requests the court accept it.
Thank you. Defense?
Yes, thank you, Your Honor. So I would ask the court to accept the recommendation in the Commonwealth for 15 to 20 years. Ms. Parch is taking full responsibility for her actions on that day, has pled guilty unconditionally relating to what the circumstances were. I'll just say a little bit about there was an aid in sentencing kind of report that.
This is a joint recommendation, I know.
It is. It's a joint recommendation, and I need say nothing further if the court.
I've read the aid in sentencing.
Okay. So I'd ask the court to adopt that sentence of 15 to 20 years.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
I do find that the recommendation made jointly in this case is a joint and just resolution to the case. It's the senselessness of this act, the senselessness of the act that you committed, Ms. Parch. And I hope now that you've seen the consequences of what you've done to this family. A child will not grow up knowing his mother except through this beautiful family who will keep her memory alive for that little boy. You have a beautiful family. She grew up in a beautiful family. And I can't give you, I don't have the power to give you what you really would want because I can't bring your beloved sister, daughter, cousin, and friend back. My hope for you is that at some point in your lives and someday that you may be able to find peace. And I hope that's the first day in that journey. Thank you for being here today. Your words were very meaningful to this court. I accept the recommendation. Madam Clerk, you may impose.
Thank you. Ms. Parch, if you could please stand. Ma'am, as to indictment number 23-84-00526, in consideration of the court having accepted your guilty plea as to that indictment as to offense 001 to so much as it charges you with manslaughter, the court sentences you as follows to the Sousa Baranowski Correctional Center for a term of not more than 20 years, not less than 15 years. Ma'am, there is a $150 legal counsel fee. There's a $110 DNA fee and a $90 victim witness fee. You're being notified pursuant to Rule 64 that you have a right to appeal the sentence in writing within 10 days. You will receive 882 jail credits while you await a disposition of today's sentencing. You stand committed, ma'am.
Thank you. Remove Ms. Parch from the courtroom. Thank you, everyone, for your presence here today. We're in recess.
All right. They are back in after lunch. And let me get you back in a court.
It's BRETTYARO.
I've been in law enforcement for 16 years, at the sheriff's office the whole time. I've been on SWAT, Canine Patrol for the last 8 years, been in crime scene. I'm currently the supervisor and the head over our crime lab there at the county, and also a fingerprint expert in the state of Texas.
And how long is your total number of law enforcement years?
16.
And before becoming a law enforcement officer, did you work in any other fields?
Did I work in law enforcement related job or?
No. Where did you become a law enforcement officer later in life?
I had a first career, sir, as a motorcycle racer.
Gotcha. And since you've been on the force at Wise County, you described a number of different jobs that you've held, but with it for, I believe you said the last 8 years, what have you been primarily doing?
Working in crime scene, sir.
And when you say you're working in crime scene, can you kind of describe for the jury what you mean by that?
Yeah, so in our county, we have a little bit of a smaller county. So what that means for us is the jobs are more specialized and we do more jobs within that job. So I work on fingerprints for the county. I collect fingerprints, I process fingerprints, I put fingerprints in the computer, do comparisons. Along with the fingerprinting, we do pattern analysis on the fingerprints and other things like that. So we deal with patterns, we deal with friction rated detail as far as the fingerprints go.
Oh, Investigator, you're on, I'm going to slow you down just a little bit, okay? Because the court reporter's got to take down everything you're saying. So you
My bad.
just slow down a little bit, but keep going.
And then as far as crime scene goes, I have a number of certs from the state, from Texas A&M. So I have a forensic cert, I have a crime scene investigator cert, photography certs, blood pattern analysis. I run our AFIX fingerprint computer, which is attached to AFIS, our state system. I also am the head over our lab, and what that basically means is I do a lot of house cleaning over there. We're constantly keeping the place clean. We're working on all the different types of equipment that we have in there and working with them. So if a scene comes available, which is very broad for us, what that means is I will work anything from a sexual assault to a large scale robbery to suicide and homicide. So we wear a lot of hats under the same umbrella.
And since the time you've been in crime scene work, you and I have done a number of cases together with your jury.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Including a number of homicide cases.
Objection, Your Honor, relevance.
Yes, sir.
Sustained. Let's move on.
Well, with regard to that, you're familiar with investigating homicide cases, correct?
Yes, sir.
And as part of that, your training, have you been called upon to take what is known as buccal swabs from potential suspects?
Yes, sir.
And can you explain for the jury what you mean by that?
A collection of a buccal swab is we're basically taking a DNA swab. It's going to be from inside the cheek area of the mouth. 2 swabs normally. They're rotated up and down between the top of the gum and the bottom of the gum line. On the cheek on the outside, the swabs are being rotated. You actually rub vigorously while you're doing that. And then they're contained in a special sealable swab that is aerated so that it won't mold or anything like that once it's put into evidence, and then they're sealed in evidence envelopes.
And so let me go back to November 30th of 2022. And then I guess leading up through December 2nd of 2022, were you somewhat incapacitated during that period of time?
Yes, sir.
And can you explain to the jury what was going on?
Yes, I was out with COVID.
Okay. And because of that, your trainee essentially was.
Objection, Your Honor, that's leading.
Let me hear the question.
Who was working for you in the crime scene investigation unit there at the sheriff's office at that time?
Sergeant Amy.
Okay. And was she, tell us whether or not she was still in training or what where she was in her career at that time?
So she was working through the FTO process in the crime lab.
Okay. And who was her FTO as far as in the crime lab?
That would be me, sir.
But because you were incapacitated, were you able to do that at that time? On those particular days?
No, sir.
Okay. So, when was the first day back for you after you were recovering from the COVID?
I don't recall the exact date, to be honest with you.
Were you there by December 5th of 2022 when the 2 vans were processed by the FBI?
Yes, sir.
Okay. So were you able to observe that process as it was taking place?
Yes.
And with regard to that particular day, were you also called upon to execute a warrant for buccal swabs on a person by the name of Tanner Horner?
Yes.
And do you see the person that you know to be Tanner Horner here in the courtroom today?
Yes, I do.
And could you identify him by where he is sitting in the courtroom and describe what he's wearing?
Yes, sir. He's sitting at the end of the table there, the defendant table. It's going to be gray shirt, gray tie, light gray pants, black shoes.
And
that's the color it looks like to me.
I'd ask the record to reflect that the witnesses identified the defendant. Record also reflect. And sometime in the afternoon of December 5th, 2022, did you receive a warrant to take those buccal swabs from the defendant in this case?
Yes, sir.
And after receiving that warrant, what did you do?
We went ahead and processed the subject, sir.
Okay. And did you take a couple of pictures while you were in the room collecting the buccal swabs from the defendant?
I did, sir.
May I approach, Your Honor? Yes, sir. I'm going to show you what's been marked as State's Exhibit number 179, 180, 181, and 182. State's 179, is that a photograph of the warrant that you were operating under?
Yes, sir.
State's 180, what is that a photograph of?
Of Horner, sir.
And you're talking about the defendant?
Tanner Horner, yes.
And was that on this date at the time you were taking the swabs?
Yes.
Okay. And then State's Exhibit number 181, what is that a photograph of?
It's a photograph of my property sheet that I filled out, and it's 4 envelopes containing all of the buccal swabs that it contained.
And then State's 182, is that the actual report?
Objection, Your Honor, waiting.
Don't lead your witness. Go ahead and tell me what that is, please.
This is my property report sheet, sir.
And does that document when those swabs were taken and that you were the one that took them into property?
Yes.
All right. Thank you. Is all of the information contained on State's Exhibit 182, is that true and correct and placed there by you?
Yes.
I will offer into evidence State's 179, 180, 181, and 182.
Your Honor, we object to 179 on 2 grounds. 1, it's hearsay, and 2, it is not the best evidence. No objection to 180. And States 181 and 182, we would object to as these are constituted police report. They are hearsay.
States 180 is admitted. Let me see 179, 181, and 182. I'm going to admit 179, 181, and 182 for purposes of the record.
So, once those buccal swabs were taken, what did you do with those swabs?
They were placed in the evidence, sir.
Now, did you also document some of the evidence that was taken? Did you document some of the evidence that was taken on the searches of the vans on December the 5th? Specifically the van that what we call the arrest vehicle with Texas license plate GCP 0468.
Yes, sir.
And may I approach your honor?
Yes, sir.
I'm going to show you State's Exhibit 183, 184, 185, 186, 187, 188, 189, 190, 191, 192, and 193. Do you recognize those photos?
Yes, sir, I do.
Have you looked at those prior to court today?
Yes, I did.
And are those all of the pictures that were taken at that time or just a portion of them?
It's just a portion, sir.
Okay. And do these fairly and accurately represent items that you went through and took photographs of to document the items that were collected from the van on that day, or some of the items?
Yes.
From Mr. Horner's, the van he was driving?
Yes.
I will offer State's Exhibit number 183 through State's Exhibit 190 to the evidence.
No objection, Your Honor.
State's Exhibits 183 through 193 inclusive are admitted.
And may I publish, Your Honor?
Yes, sir.
And also may I publish number 180?
Yes.
Thank you. States 180, this was from the day that when was this taken again?
5th, sir.
The 5th, when the buccal swabs were taken?
That's correct.
Okay. And with regard to starting at 183, this is what is this that we're looking at in States 183?
This is a evidence bag that was collected from within the van that he was arrested in, sir.
And does it have the date that it was originally collected?
Yes.
Okay. And then put in this bag and marked number 2, is that right?
Yes.
Okay. Now, going on to 184, what are we looking at here?
It's going to be the backpack that was contained in that evidence bag, sir.
And the other items that we're going to see in a moment are those items that were contained within that backpack inside of the brown paper bag?
Yes.
Okay. So does that have a distinctive design on it?
It does, sir.
And does it have an actual reference to, I think it's some type of a comic strip or something?
Dragon balls. Yes, sir.
Dragon Ball Z, is that right?
Yep.
Okay. With regard to what was inside of it, I see some gloves here. Are these your gloves?
No, sir, they're not.
Okay. Where were these gloves contained?
Inside the backpack.
And can can you describe these gloves for me as far as texture, that sort of thing?
Yeah, so it looks like a cloth glove with a rubber texture on them, a no slip texture.
Okay. So, cloth on the back, but rubber on the fingers and the hand and the palm?
The palms, yes, sir.
Okay. And, are those, now, on top of the backpack as we're looking at State's Exhibit number 186?
Yes.
Okay. And I will represent to you, these may have been.
Objection, Your Honor, that's leading.
Let me hear what he's going to say. Go ahead, Mr. Berry.
That these may not be in the exact same order that you took them in as they're being displayed. Okay.
Correct.
So with regard to 186, we're looking at what here?
That's when I first opened the backpack and I was starting to retrieve the objects from within the backpack.
Okay. So then I'm going to go into 187. What are we looking at here?
And up close of prescription meds that were located in the backpack so that we could see the information on the bottles.
And I'm going to zoom in. What is the, can you just say what the name is on State's Exhibit 187 as far as the type of controlled substance that it is?
I'm not a doctor, so my enunciation of this is probably going to be incorrect, but fluoxetine, I believe, sir.
All right.
20 milligram.
For purposes of the record, can you spell that, please?
Yes, it'll be FLUOXETINE.
And what was the prescription amount?
20 milligrams.
Okay. Next, we have State's Exhibit 188, and is that a different bottle?
Yes, sir.
Okay, and can you spell the name of the controlled substance for purposes of the record?
Yes, sir. ATOMOXETINE HCl 25 milligrams.
Okay, thank you. Now, are these the same two bottles that were in the previous pictures?
Yes.
Okay. And does it give the prescription instructions as far as when to take those?
Yes.
And what does it say for the bottle for the fluoxetine?
To take one in the morning, sir.
Okay. And what does it say with the atomoxetine? Hydrochloride.
Take one capsule in a mouth in the morning, sir.
All right, thank you. Now, this looks, is this the backpack or is it something different?
No, this is what I consider a soft-sided lunchbox that belongs to that same cartoon or video game family. It's a Dragon Ball's lunchbox.
And then going on to State's Exhibit number 191, what are we looking at here?
The cellophane wrapper containing marijuana.
Objection, Your Honor, that calls for speculation. It has not been tested.
Sustained.
Move to strike.
Jury will disregard the last answer.
Does it, can you tell me whether or not that is some type of plant substance?
It's a green leafy substance, sir.
All right, thank you. Now, with regard to State's Exhibit number 192, what are we looking at here?
The contents of that soft-sided lunchbox.
And can you describe what you see here?
Yes, so you have a bottle of ibuprofen. It looks like you have a thumb drive. There is a vape pen, a marking pen. There's a Coastal Cloud strawberry cream. I'm guessing some sort of something for the vape
Objection,
pen.
Your Honor,
And then
that is speculation.
Sustained.
That's fine. We'll go on to State's 193, and this is, where were these items located?
within the backpack.
Okay. And with regard to most of these things may be self-explanatory, but can you tell me what this is?
It's a vape canister.
Now, after you documented the items that were taken during the search of the arrest vehicle, did you also take some action with regard to the shoes that the defendant was wearing on the date that he was arrested?
Yes.
Yes.
All right. Well, we have another sidebar, and they have approached the bench.
Your Honor, there are two shoes. There are 4 sides to each shoe. And I tried to represent the full spectrum of photographs.
Here we go.
To be looked at by the people that were going to look at them into the future, including the tread at the bottom of the shoes, but also the sides in the front of each of the shoes and the back of each of the shoes. And that's what these shoes represent.
It's as the court to review those and if they look at the case law in Texas, that would be Young v. State. Relevant factors in determining whether appropriate values outweighed by danger of unfair prejudice include the detail of their size, whether they are colored black and white, whether they're close up, as well as the availability of other means of proof and the unique circumstances of each case. Also, I think that's probably an applicable category.
Okay, I've reviewed states 194 through 206. I will overrule your objections. You may have a running objection.
Yes, Your Honor, that will include the
To
next
the-
witness of testimony.
Okay, that's fine. Y'all ready for the jury?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Yes, Your Honor.
Everyone may be seated. Mr. Berry.
Before I approach Sergeant Yarrow, can you kind of explain to the jury? I noticed when you put on your glasses, can you kind of tell the jury why you're wearing dark glasses in the courtroom?
Yeah, so respectfully, they're not sunglasses. I had an eye injury on a motorcycle. I had a grasshopper at too fast and it detached my retina. When they repaired my eye, it causes sensitivity to light. And so my prescription glasses are darker than normal. They are regular prescription glasses that transition, but they're just pretty dark. So I get this a lot. That's why they're on.
Okay.
They're not Oakleys.
I just didn't want, I wanted the jury to understand why you're wearing your glasses. So
Yes,
feel
sir.
free to do that.
Thank you.
Yes. Can I approach, Your Honor?
Yes, sir.
That's fine. I'm going to show you what has been marked as State's Exhibit number 194, 195, 196, 197, 198, 199, 200, 201, 202, 203, 204, 205, and 206. Do you recognize the items in those photographs?
Yes, sir.
Where did the items in those photographs come from?
The arrest van, I believe, sir.
Did they come from the defendant himself?
Yes.
He said,
Yes.
okay. Yes. I will offer into evidence states exhibit number 190.
Any additional objections?
No further objections, Your Honor.
Okay, those are, remain overruled and the exhibits are admitted 194 through 206.
May I publish, sir?
Yes, sir. And members of the jury, I'm trying to find out why this is so loud. So if you can't hear, let me know, okay?
Publishing states exhibit number 194 first. What are we looking at here?
Pair of black tennis shoes covered in mud.
Okay. And states exhibit number, let me ask you this. The first several photographs that are taken here, are those like close-up detail photographs or something different?
No, sir, these are overall photographs to show the condition of the shoes when I received them.
Okay, so states exhibit number 194, 195, I apologize. 196, 197, 198, 199, 200, 201. Looking here, beginning at 201, are these a little bit closer up?
Yes, these are mid-range.
Okay. And as we look at those, do you see, you talked about them being muddy, but what else do you see here that might be of evidentiary value?
How far up the mud goes on the shoes, sir.
Okay, so that's one thing. What about the different materials used on the shoes themselves?
Objection, Your Honor.
Go ahead.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Let's go on to the next one, which is 202, I believe. And then I'm going to ask you if you notice anything on 202 other than mud.
Yes.
Describe what you're looking at.
The texture on the material, sir.
Okay. But in addition to this gray, lighter colored mud, do you see some type of a substance there on that shoe?
Your
Yes.
objection, leading.
Overruled.
It's a possibility that it's blood, sir.
And you see some paper down underneath that. What's the purpose of the paper that you have there?
It's a sterile area to work on while I'm putting the shoe down and doing the photographs.
Alrighty. And then now we're going to look at the state's exhibit number 203. What are we looking at here?
The texture on the bottom of the shoes and how much mud the shoes are actually holding.
And is there a distinctive tread pattern that you can see there?
Yes.
Can you just, as best you can for purposes of the record, can you describe what you're looking at?
Yeah, it's like a ongoing up and down, like elongated W pattern.
And is that, as we go through the next few photographs, number 20, I believe this is 204, 205, 206. Do those appear to have that same sort of tread pattern all the way from the toes down to the back of the shoe?
Yes, sir.
And going back to where we can see both shoes, although there's mud on top at this point, do both shoes have that same distinctive tread pattern?
Yes, sir.
Were you asked to take these specific photographs?
Yes.
And what was the purpose of that in your understanding?
We were looking for different patterns to match the pattern on the victim's face.
Objection, Your Honor, that's hearsay.
Overruled. You can answer. You can say that again.
We were looking for a pattern to match the pattern on the little girl's face.
So once you had taken the photographs of the shoes, were you asked to go somewhere else and determine whether there were other patterns that you might be able to locate?
Yes.
And where was that?
I was looking for the patterns that would be inside, encompassed, inside the van.
All right. May I approach your honor?
Yes, sir.
Now I'm going to show you what has been marked as State's Exhibit number 207, 208, 209, 210, and 211. Do you recognize those?
Yes, sir.
Where did those photographs come from?
Within the van, sir.
And who took those photographs?
I took those photographs.
And do they fairly and accurately represent what we're seeing?
Yes.
I will offer into evidence State's Exhibits number 207, 208, 209, 210, and 211.
No further objections, Your Honor.
All right, those are overruled. The previous objections are overruled, and State's Exhibits 207 through 211 are admitted.
May I publish those, Your Honor?
Yes, sir.
We're now going to publish State's Exhibit number 207. What are we looking at, State's 207?
We're looking at the side door of the van where you have the inside step that has a diamond plate pattern.
Now we're going to, is that the same thing that we're looking at, just closer up?
Yes.
Now we're looking at, let me get out of this. We can see the exhibit number. Looking at State's Exhibit number 209, underneath the box there, and we're looking down, where are we looking at in the photograph?
This is the area between the seats and the cab that has a texture on the rubber floor.
Okay. And going on to 210, is that same location?
Yes.
And then going on to 211, what are we looking at here?
This is the texture on the floor in the back of the box van.
So this is the area where the packages would be kept, is that right?
Yes.
All right, so all of those, without repeating why you took them, were they taken for the same reasons that you took photographs of the shoe and the tread patterns on the shoe?
Yes.
Okay. Now, before I go any further, may I approach you?
Yes, sir.
I'm going to show you two exhibits. First, I'm going to show you State's Exhibit number 230. Do you recognize State's Exhibit 230?
Yes, sir.
Okay, and what is State's Exhibit 230?
These are going to be my buckle swabs from the suspect, sir.
All right. And other than having been opened by the lab, does it appear to have been tampered with in any way?
No.
I will offer State's Exhibit number 230 into evidence.
And no further objections, Your Honor.
Those objections remain overruled, and State's Exhibit 230 is admitted.
I realize this just ripped as I was holding it, but State's Exhibit number 225. Do you know what State's Exhibit number 225 is?
Yes.
And what is it?
The evidence bag contains the shoes.
Okay. And are these the same shoes that you took photographs of that were just admitted into evidence?
Yes, sir.
These are the actual shoes that were recovered from the defendant.
Yes, sir.
I will offer into evidence State's Exhibit 225.
I would object as the proper chain of custody has not been established for this exhibit.
Response?
Wait, not admissibility, Your Honor.
All right, your objection is overruled. States it's 225
Yes, sir.
is admitted.
Next, I want to talk to you about other clothes that were worn by the defendant at the time he was arrested. Did you take those the clothing worn by the defendant at the time he was arrested? Did you go to a locker in the jail and retrieve those clothes and lock them into evidence?
Yes, I did.
And at the time that you did that, were there more further photographs taken of those clothing items?
Yes.
May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes, sir.
Give me a collection here. I'm going to show you what has been marked as State's Exhibit number 212, 213, 214, 215, 216, 217, 218, 219, 220, 221, and 222. Do you recognize those items?
Yes, sir.
And are those photographs?
Yes, I took those photographs, sir.
Okay. And do those fairly and accurately represent the photographs you took, or at least some of the photographs you took of the defendant's clothing at the time that he was arrested?
Yes, sir.
I'll offer State's Exhibit number 212 or 222 into evidence at this time.
No further objections.
Okay, the previous objections remain overruled and States Exhibits 212 through 222 are admitted.
May I publish those, Your Honor?
Yes, sir.
Thank you. Okay. Going on to State's Exhibit 212, what are we looking at here?
The locker that I retrieved all of his clothing from, sir.
Okay. And then is this the locker?
Yes, sir.
All right. What are we looking at in State's Exhibit 214?
These are some of the contents of the locker.
State's Exhibit 215?
Tanner's ID, sir.
Okay. And does it have a name on it?
Tanner Horner, sir.
Tanner L. Horner?
Tanner L. Horner, sir. Yes, sir.
And does it also have a photograph?
It does, sir.
And who does that photograph depict?
Tanner L. Horner, sir.
Is that the same person that you previously identified as the defendant?
Yes, sir, it is.
$216. What are we looking at?
A pair of his Hanes underwear, sir.
Okay. And $217. What are we looking at here?
We're looking at the inside of the underwear with a scale that I was using to show the seminal fluid that's in the front of the underwear.
Objection, Your Honor, that calls for speculation.
Sustained.
And Your Honor, may we approach?
Okay.
Well, we are back at a sidebar and they have approached the judge's bench. Looks like they are taking a break. We will see what happens. They may be doing outside the jury presence.
Photos taken.
What does the date say, ma'am?
You're the one who took the photos.
I've worked 200 cases since then.
Wait a minute, we're not gonna play this game. If you know the answer, give the answer. If you don't know the answer, say, I don't know.
Yes, sir.
We're not gonna go back and forth.
I do not know the date, ma'am.
It was done after he was arrested, correct?
Yes.
The items in the photos, hold on, let me make sure I have this correct. In State's Exhibit number 212 through 222, those were all taken at the jail.
Yes, ma'am.
The incident in this case occurred on November the 30th, 2022. Do you recall that?
Okay.
And Tanner Horner was not arrested on November 30th of 2022, was he?
I don't know, ma'am. I was out then at that time.
When he was arrested on December the 2nd, 2022, correct?
Okay.
So if these photos were taken, you don't know for sure whether or not he was wearing these clothes on the day of the incident, do you?
Well, I would think that he was wearing these clothes, ma'am. And the reason I say that is these were taken off him when he came into the jail at the time of his arrest.
So if the time of the arrest occurred 2 days later, you don't know, you're guessing that he may have been wearing these on the day of the incident.
Yeah, I didn't state that he was wearing those at the time of the incident. I said he was wearing them at the time of the arrest.
Okay, so, Your Honor, I would object that all of this is irrelevant because unless they can tie it into any clothing that he may have been wearing at the time of the incident, then none of this is relevant.
Your objection is overruled. I'm gonna let it continue and you may have a running objection. Y'all ready for the jury?
Yes, sir.
Let's go.
Hey, Judge.
Everyone may be seated. Mr. Perry.
Thank you. Go on. Go on to State's Exhibit 219. What are we looking at here?
Prepared denim pants, sir.
Okay. In all of this evidence, Did you actually do some further processing on this that was not exhibited here in the photographs?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And did you take, independently of what the FBI did, take some further swabs and things like that so that that would be retained just in case it was needed in the future?
Yes, sir.
Now, with regard to State's Exhibit number 220, what are we looking at here?
It's a FedEx shirt.
And is this that same shirt in 221?
Yes, sir.
And then State's 222, what are we looking at here?
A right and a left sock, sir. Black in color with a gray toe and a gray heel.
And I am going to show you something that's already been admitted into evidence now as State's Exhibit number 223. Do you recognize what we're looking at here?
Yeah, it's a drawing
And
inside the interview room.
Objection, Your Honor, I don't believe that's been admitted yet.
No, it has been.
It has? Okay.
Yes, 223 is admitted.
My apologies, my notes don't reflect that.
No worries.
just for purposes of the record, Your Honor, it was admitted during the testimony of Joe Besson.
Okay, thank you.
So.
Yes, 224 is not admitted.
So 223, where did they say that that photograph was taken?
Inside the interview room in the CID office, sir.
It was at the same room that the vocal swabs were taken in?
Yes, sir.
And at that time, did you notice this writing?
Yes, I did.
And later that day or the next day, did you come back and take these photographs?
Yes.
Okay. In addition to 223, may I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
I'm going to show you 224. Do you recognize that?
Yes, sir.
Is that a photograph of essentially the same thing?
Objection, Your Honor. Pleading.
Sustained.
Please tell us what that is.
Sir, this is a map of the explanation of where the victim was located.
With regard to this photograph, is it representative of the same thing in 223, but just a closer up, more definitive shot of the picture itself?
Yes.
I'll offer 224 in evidence.
I'd object that it's cumulative.
That objection's overruled. States 224 is admitted.
May I publish, Your Honor?
Yes, sir.
On State's Exhibit number 224, can you see this writing in red down here?
Yes, sir.
Would you please read that, what's written there?
He's going to hurt me, period. Please help.
Now, one further thing, may I approach again, Your Honor?
Yes, sir.
Officer Amy, crime scene, did she take into evidence a box, a FedEx box containing, that was brought in later that pertained to this investigation?
Yes.
Okay, and did you then take that out of box one and bag it up as you see? Yes. And I'm going to show you the mark. Exhibit number 150. Is that the box that you were just talking about?
Yes.
And Your Honor, I will offer State Exhibit number 159.
Making an overrule and States Exhibit 159 is admitted.
May I open 159, Your Honor?
Yes, sir.
the box that was contained inside of that?
Yes, sir.
Inside of that box, was there another box?
Yes, sir.
And is this the item that was contained within that box?
Yes. Yes.
We can do that, package it up after. Yes, sir. We finish.
Final thing I want to ask you about, Investigator Yarrow, sometime, can I have just a second? I need to look up a specific date. On, I believe it was May the 16th of 2023, was there an incident that occurred at the Wise County Jail involving the defendant?
Yes, sir.
Can you describe what that incident was, please?
An attempted suicide within his jail cell.
And at the time that that suicide or attempted suicide, and obviously when we use the word attempted, you have to, that sort of implies that somebody.
Objection, Your Honor. Leading and testifying.
Sustain.
When you use the word attempted, do you know whether or not the person actually intended to kill themselves?
Objection, Your Honor. That calls for speculation.
Sustain.
Okay. With regard to that incident, when that incident occurred, were there some letters left by the defendant at that time?
Objection, Your
Yes.
Honor. It's leading.
Overruled. You can answer that.
Okay. Were there some letters left by the defendant?
Yes, sir.
And who were those letters essentially addressed to?
I believe there was a letter to law enforcement, a letter to his family, a letter to the victim's family, and an additional letter, I believe, to a clergy member.
Okay.
Or a pastor or something.
And did you collect those?
Yes, sir, I did.
And if you were to come back here on Monday, would you be able to identify those?
Yes, sir.
All right, thank you.
Yes, sir.
I'll pass the witness.
Cross-examination.
Yes, Your Honor. Thank you. Sergeant Yarrow, how are you doing?
Good, ma'am. How are you?
Doing well, thank you. I just want to talk to you a little bit about what it was that you collected and what it was that you processed in this case.
Okay.
So I understand that you processed the FedEx truck where the alleged, or where the incident occurred, is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
And you served the search warrant for the buccal swab on Mr. Horn at jail.
Yes, ma'am.
And then you processed the clothing that was in the jail.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Let's talk about the shoes and the clothing.
Okay.
The shoes and the clothing that were collected in this case were not collected on the date of the incident, were they?
I only know that those were the clothing that he was wearing at the time of his arrest.
So you don't know if he was wearing this clothing on the date of the incident, do you?
I do not know that. No, ma'am.
And you don't know if those were the shoes he was wearing on the date of the incident, do you?
I do not know that.
Okay. With regards to the clothing, when they were stored at the jail, how were they packaged?
How they were packaged
Yes.
when I got them out of the locker.
Yes, when you got them out of the locker, how were his clothing packaged?
They were placed in a clean bag like they do every inmate before they put them in the lockers.
So were they all stored in the same bag?
They were all in the same bag, ma'am, yes.
So at that time, his pants, his shirt, his underwear, his jacket, they were all stored in the same white bag.
Yes, ma'am.
When you took them out, did you store them differently?
Yes.
How did you store them after you took them out and collected them from his property?
Anytime evidence comes to me and I put my hands on that evidence, it gets put in separate bags, separate evidence bags.
Why is it important to put everything in a separate bag?
Why is it important for me? It's
Just
important for me evidentiary wise. It's also important for me so that I can label them correctly.
Another important reason to put everything in separate bags is to avoid contamination, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
You said that you had processed the van in which the incident occurred.
Yes, ma'am.
Part of that processing was collecting evidence from it,
Yes, ma'am.
and part of that process was collecting the floorboards.
Yes, ma'am.
All right, so with regards to the floorboards, that is where some of the other biological evidence was obtained, is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
So you would agree with me that it would be important to store those panels in a secure facility?
As far as I know, they were stored in a secure facility. They were taken to our evidence area.
And we want to have them stored in a secure facility and in a sterile way so that just in case something comes up, we have the ability to do additional testing should it be necessary.
Okay, they were wrapped individually, ma'am, like I do all of them.
But my question is, it's important to have that because in case further testing is needed.
Yes, ma'am.
May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes, ma'am.
Sergeant Arrow, I'm going to show you what has been marked as defense exhibits number 31 through 34. If you take a look at those for a moment.
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am.
Okay, on defense exhibits number 31 and 32, does your name appear as being the person who packaged that?
Yes, ma'am.
On defense exhibits number 33 and 34, are those your initials over the evidence tape?
Yes, ma'am.
What does that signify?
I'm the one that wrapped that evidence. I'm the one that secured that evidence. I'm the one that sealed that evidence. Those are my initials to show that that is honestly my piece of evidence.
Defense offers defense 31 through 34.
No objections.
Defense exhibits 31 through 34 are admitted.
Thank you. May I publish, Your Honor?
Yes, ma'am.
Sergeant Yarrow, you would agree with me that there are some stains on the brown paper wrapping that exhibit, would you not?
Yes, ma'am. In the photo, it looks like there is.
Was the brown paper, or I would assume that the brown paper wasn't stained when you put it on,
No, ma'am.
and that something like that occurred while it was in storage?
I guess.
Sergeant Yarrow, how long have you been with West County?
16 years, ma'am.
How long have you been an evidence tech with them?
And evidence tech, ma'am.
Or in working with CSI?
And 8 years, ma'am.
During that time, it's not uncommon for defense attorneys to want to come in and view the evidence, is it?
No, ma'am.
And when the defense attorney comes in and views that evidence, usually you have the prosecutors are there, members of the sheriff's department will be there to observe everything.
Yes, so you're talking about an evidence review, right, ma'am?
Yes, Your Honor. I mean, let's try that
Hey,
again.
I'm up here.
It's been a long
I realize
week.
we all look alike, but, you know.
Well, you have the same haircut.
There you go.
Sorry about that.
That was a good minute.
All right, so Sergeant, when the defense team comes in to review, or when a defense team attempts to come in to review, or when they do come in to review the evidence, it's still important to maintain the sterility of the environment. Would you agree?
And so let me get this straight. You want to know at that time that you guys do the evidence review in the area that we're doing the evidence review, or the area that the evidence is housed?
In the area that we're doing the review, you still want to put down the butcher paper, don't you?
I do not, if it's already wrapped, ma'am.
And if it gets unwrapped, you want to have that evidence placed on butcher paper, don't you?
So it depends on the evidence review. To be honest with you, I have been through several of those. Not everybody opens evidence up. They want to look at markings. They want to look at seals. They want to look at chain of custody. So not every time. So
All right, so the best practice, if that evidence is opened, would be to place it on a,
we would put paper down, ma'am.
the other thing that's important is that the person handling the evidence has gloves on.
Yes, ma'am.
Because again, that evidence is still in play in a case, isn't it?
Yes, ma'am.
And it could be that there's other evidence that needs to be tested.
Okay.
And if you don't follow those procedures, there's a possibility that contamination could occur.
Yes, ma'am.
You have heard, Your Honor?
Yes, ma'am.
Sergeant Arrow, I'm going to let you look at what has been previously marked as defendant's exhibits 23 through 28.
Your Honor, I'd ask the defense to specify exactly when these photographs were taken and under the circumstances that they were taken.
I'm not going to order the defense to do anything. It's their cross-examination.
All right, so Sergeant Yarrow, you testified previously on direct that you had taken into custody a backpack that had Dragon Ball Z.
Yes, ma'am.
And defense exhibits number 21 through, or 23 through 28, does that appear to be the same backpack that you took into custody?
Yes, ma'am, it does.
Does it appear to have the same contents that you had taken?
Yes, ma'am.
We offer state or defense 23 through 28.
Your Honor, the evidence review in this case occurred March 29th.
Your Honor.
Do you have an objection?
I object, yes. The proper predicate has not been laid as to when these photographs were taken and the circumstances that they were taken.
Objections are overruled. State's exhibit, or sorry, defense exhibits 23 through 28 are admitted.
May I publish, Your Honor?
Yes.
Your Honor, in defense, Sergeant Yarrow, I keep calling you Your Honor. Sergeant Yarrow, in defense exhibits number 23 through 28, you didn't see any butcher paper down, did you?
No, ma'am, I did not.
So if any of those items that were on the table had to be retested, there was a possibility of contamination.
Yes, ma'am, that's correct.
May I have one moment, Your Honor?
Yes, ma'am.
I have nothing further, Your Honor.
Redirect.
Investigator Yarrow, since you're coming back on Monday anyway, will you check on the date? that the
Objection, Your
evidence-
Honor.
Let me hear the question.
Would you please check on the date that the evidence review took place in this case?
Yes, sir.
And will you also check and see if there's ever been any request to retest any of this evidence?
Objection, Your Honor. Again, that's not a proper question at this time.
Overruled.
Will you do that?
Check. You can
Yes,
answer.
sir.
Thank you. No further questions.
Ms. Anderson,
I have nothing further.
may the witness be excused subject to any potential recall?
Yes, Your Honor, we intend to recall him first thing Monday.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Let me see y'all.
Okay. I am assuming that this is going to be about scheduling and probably about how much longer they have for the day. Maybe as far as a break for the jurors. We'll just, hopefully it won't be too long of a sidebar at the judge's bench and see what they decide to do. Looks like the jurors are stepping out. Everyone is standing. I do believe the gentleman with the long beard in the back, I do believe that is Jacob. I do believe that is Athena's dad. Also, you will see the lady in front and sitting in front of him with the pink hair. That is Athena's mom. I do have my sound on. We're just waiting.
Offered, we would still like to just offer them.
There
for
we
record
go.
purposes.
Okay, so you're wanting to offer 16 through 22 and 29 and 30 for purposes of the record?
Yes, Your Honor.
Any objection?
No, Your Honor.
Okay, so they are admitted for purposes of the record. Anything else we need to do for record purposes today?
No, Your Honor.
Defense? Okay, everybody. Thank you. Y'all have been very good. We'll see you Monday morning.
Well, there we go. We had no warning. They just shut it off. They are calling it early on today, Friday. They will be back Monday morning, 9 a.m. Central Time, 7 a.m. Pacific Time. I guess they are decided that, since it's Friday, let's go ahead and let everyone have an early day out. Give the jurors a little bit of a early day today. And so that gives all of us a little bit of an early day today. I do have the drawing pulled up for us. I also have pulled up the Shelby Neely sentencing that took place. It started at 12:30 Central Standard Time. If you guys would like to cover it for a little bit, I am more than happy to stream that for you guys. You guys just let me know if that's something that you guys are interested in. We won't get to it all today, of course, but that will save us something that we could watch on Monday. But I am more than willing to stream it for a little while if you guys are interested. I don't know if that's something that you guys are interested in. He did have his sentencing. This would be the in-law massacre trial. It is his sentencing. He is being sentenced for red rumming his mother-in-law, father-in-law, and brother-in-law. So you guys just let me know in chat if this is something that you guys are interested in. I'll be more than happy. And we could go for a couple of more hours if you guys are interested. If you guys want to call it early today, I am all for that as well. So you guys just let me know what you guys feel like and how you guys feel, and just let me know in chat. Are you guys interested in seeing some of this? All right, I'm going to go ahead and play a little bit of it. And we will get it started. Again, this is Florida versus Shelby Neely. This is his sentencing.
Of Shelby Neely. All right. So we're here on the sentencing of Shelby Neely. This is State of Florida versus Shelby Neely, case number 19-00140. Obviously, under the new statute, the trial judge is mandated to do an opinion, whether it's going to be life in prison or the death penalty. So obviously I have done that. So anything that I hear at this point will not affect the sentence because the order is already done. But I do think that the victim's family has the right to be heard. They did testify pursuant to Florida law and the law of the United States as far as victim impact is concerned, but they really haven't had a chance to say how they feel about the situation and what sentence they would like. So they may do that at this point. So state, would anyone like to address the court at this point?
Judge, may we approach briefly?
Yes.
Well, that was not brief, but we will vroom, vroom. We have vroom, vroom space here.
All right. State, would anyone like to address the court at this point?
Yes, Judge. Ms. Stewart, who is on the Zoom.
All right. Good afternoon, Ms. Stewart.
Hi, good afternoon.
And how are you related to this case?
Jamie Avancic is my biological sister, and I'm the adopted mother of Bella and Oliver now.
Okay. And what would you like the court to know?
So yeah, my name is Carmen Stewart. I'm speaking today as the sister and the adopted mom of my sister's 2 young children. Children do not have to live every day with the truth that their father violently murdered their mother, their grandparents, their uncle, or even the dog. No words can really describe the pain that that act of violence brought into their lives. The day that she was taken from us shattered everybody's world. She should still be here today, experiencing her amazing children and making memories with them. She was a very beautiful, kind, and strong mom who should be here raising them, living her fullest life. And the brutal way that her life ended and the lives of her loved ones were taken from everybody left a trauma that ripples through everybody. Every single day. The cruelty of her death is beyond comprehension, and the hole that's left is something that we'll never be able to fill. When I stepped in to adopt her children, it was without hesitation. They're a big part of her, and I love them fiercely, but I'd be lying if I said that it didn't change everything. They're all healing from trauma that most people can't even imagine. These children watched their whole world collapse. They struggle with nightmares, fear, confusion, and a deep sadness that no child should have to carry. I've had to explain things to them that nobody should ever have to explain to a child, and they ask questions that I should never have to answer. I see in their eyes every day the impact of what happened to them, and I carry their pain with me. Every day is a battle to restore a sense of safety for them, to assure them that they're loved and that the people they love aren't going anywhere, and to help them rebuild trust in a world that was so unsafe for them. That was made so unsafe for them by this person whose role it was to keep them safe and healthy. They live with a deep-seated distrust in the world and the people that they love, and the scumbag that was responsible for causing them this pain was their father, which is somebody that's supposed to protect them from violence. Our lives were permanently altered. I rearranged everything, my home, my work, all my plans for the future to create a safe and loving environment for them. And I do it with all my heart because they really deserve that and more. But the cost of Shelby's actions goes far beyond just this moment of violence. It still ripples through every corner of our lives and continues to affect us every day. There's really no punishment that will undo this trauma, and there's nothing that can bring back the people that we lost. But please remember that his choices didn't just end lives. They stole peace, safety, and joy from so many people, especially the 2 innocent children here who must now grow up without their mothers, their grandparents, and the family that should be their support system. As a victim in this case, I want to be clear, I do support the death penalty, not out of revenge, but out of necessity for the safety and peace of the children that he left behind. I cannot risk them ever having the opportunity to reach out to them as they grow up, to twist the truth, to manipulate their minds, or cause more trauma and confusion than they've already endured. They deserve a chance to heal without the looming shadow of their biological father trying to re-enter their lives or rewrite history. We are trying to rebuild, and we're surviving something nobody should ever have to survive. This punishment can't bring back our loved ones, but it can ensure that he doesn't cause us harm again. We are healing and growing, but we are forever changed. So please allow me to speak.
Thank you. All right, State, anyone else? Anything else, ma'am?
No, that's everything. Thank you.
All right, State, anyone else who would like to address the court at this point?
No, Judge.
Great, very good. Defense, anyone who would like to address the court?
No, Your Honor. Thank you. I just spoke with Mr. Neal and he would prefer not.
All right. Any reason I should not proceed to the sentencing at this point? Anything else that either the state or the defense wants to say?
No, Judge.
No, Your Honor.
Defense, all right. All right, well, this may seem like it's very unimportant, mainly because it is, but I think we have to deal with fees and costs just because we have to under the law. Now, Chapter 775.083 states that a person who has been convicted of any offense other than a capital felony may be sentenced to pay a fine. So obviously this is a capital felony, so there's no fines, but there are minimum mandatory costs in every case. So I think they still apply. So with an adjudication, obviously there's going to be an adjudication here because it's mandatory. We have minimum costs of $368. We also have $100 for cost of prosecution, $100 for the services of the defense counsel, which obviously seems extraordinarily reasonable under the circumstances. For counts 2 and 3, we have $50 for crime prevention, and the defendant did have the public defender's office originally, so we have $50 for the public defender application fee. Now, I believe that counts 4, 5, and 6 have already been dealt with as far as the sentencing is concerned, and I believe the defendant got time served on all the aggravated cruelty to animal charges. Is that correct, Madam Clerk?
It was 5 years, which was essentially time.
Oh, okay, so it was, okay, so an adjudication 5 years in the Department of Corrections, right? All right, so everyone agrees with that, right? All right, so what we have left are 3 counts of first-degree murder, and the court will proceed with the sentencing at this point. The defense can please rise. I don't think you'll be standing all that long here.
And Judge, in regards to cost, can I add some things?
Sure, absolutely.
The next of kin are looking for $30,000 for expenses of funeral and things of that nature. If the court would grant that. There's $7,329 for Florida Crimes Compensation Fund for outpays that were made on behalf of the victims there. There was $1,103.85 to extradite the defendant here, due and owing to the Pinellas County Sheriff's Office. And the Tarpon Springs Police Department wrote down the expenses that they spent investigating the crime and came up with $65,807.23. So putting that on there.
All right. Sometimes the state will just waive all those, but if the defense has no objection, I'll oppose them.
We consulted with our client and he has no objection.
All right. Is that correct, Mr. Neely?
Yes.
All right. So I'll go ahead and oppose those. I don't know if Madam Clerk got all those numbers.
Can I just confirm that real quick? That was $30,000 for the funeral expenses.
Now, who does that go to? It has to go to somebody.
Richard Ivanchik is the executor of the estate.
Okay. Very good.
And that was 30,000. I had 7329 for crimes comp.
Correct.
110385, that was the extradition.
Correct.
And 65,807.23 to Tarpon Springs for invest.
Correct.
All right. All right. The court finds that the state has established 3 statutory aggravating factors beyond a reasonable doubt for each victim. The court further finds that the defense has established the existence of 3 statutory and 38 non-statutory mitigating circumstances. In weighing the aggravating factors against the mitigating circumstances, the court has carefully and thoroughly assessed the significance of each factor and circumstance. The court has given great weight to each aggravating factor. The aggravating factors outweigh the mitigators in this case, which, while numerous, do not reach the magnitude of the aggravating factors. The court has also given great weight to the jury's recommendation. Therefore, the court concludes that the defendant, under the laws of the state of Florida, has forfeited his right to live. Accordingly, it is ordered and adjudged that the defendant, Shelby Neely, is sentenced to death for the murder of Richard Ivanchik. It is further ordered and adjudged that the defendant, Shelby Neely, is sentenced to death for the murder of Laura Ivanchik. It is further ordered and adjudged that the defendant, Shelby Neely, is sentenced to death for the murder of Nicholas Ivanchik. The defendant will be committed to the custody of the Florida Department of Corrections for these sentences to be carried out as provided by law. The defendant is notified that his judgment and sentences are subject to automatic review by the Florida Supreme Court. Done and ordered here in Clearwater, Pinellas County on the 10th day of April, 2026. All right, I do have a copy for each party of the sentencing order. It's a 21-page order, and then for anyone else who would like a copy of the order, I have copies here. All right, and you may be seated. All right, so should I appoint the public defender's office for purposes of appeal?
Please, Your Honor, I was going to ask if you needed an order. However, I have filed a motion for new trial. I believe that was filed either today or maybe yesterday afternoon. I know normally the state, I don't know about this state attorney's office, but in the past, the state has not given a response to a motion for a new trial. And sometimes the court wants a hearing, sometimes the court will just decide on the merits of the motion. I believe that the motion is pretty thorough as I've gone through the transcript, including the Spencer hearing transcript. And so if the court wishes to issue an order based on the written motion, I don't have any objections.
All right, well, obviously, I'll take a look at it, and then if I think we need a hearing, I'll set a hearing. Otherwise, I'll rule one. But I will appoint the public defender's office for purposes of appeal. All right, anything else before we adjourn? All right.
Okay.
Thank you.
All right. Well, they are doing his fingerprinting. All right. Well, I expected that to be a little bit longer, but we got that completed. And we saw him get fingerprinted and walk to the back, and you heard the defense say that they have already put in a motion for a new trial. So we will keep our ears out for this one as well. See if we hear anything. The judge did say he would rule on it or he would let them know. I do have the I likes up. I'm going to share that. We will go ahead and get the drawing done, and I will get these over to Ada. I do believe either Sunday or Monday she is doing the drawing for the end of the month. So let's get these for, here we go. Good luck. Good luck. Good luck. We're going to draw again. Because if it's a mod, we get to draw again. So we're going to draw again. Here we go. Good luck. Honey. We're going to draw again. Congratulations, honey. Here we go. We're going to draw again. Sarah, congratulations. All right, let me get the I shared. Here we go. Good luck. We're going to draw again. Congratulations, Ari. All right, I will get these over to Ada for the winners. All right, so Monday morning, 9 a.m. Central, 7 a.m. Pacific. We will be back in court for the Texas versus Tanner Horner. And that's 10 a.m. Eastern and 8 a.m. Mountain. And we will see you guys then. I hope that you guys have a wonderful weekend. And you guys just enjoy some family time. Do remember Sunday, we have a mod meeting, and after our mod meeting, we have a members only live. So we hope that you guys are able to join us for the members only live. All right, you guys have a wonderful weekend. Bye.
Thanks for watching. Please comment, like, share, and most importantly, subscribe. I hope you have an awesome day. Till next time, take care.